agenda you would have seen previously where it was like, "Wah." Nah, we've got a few people who aren't going to be here, so we're going to have plenty of breaks. And our first submitter is supposed to be here at 9, but if he's not, then actually our next submitter is at 9:30. So we're going to have plenty of breaks. But I'll try and manage it so that we make the most of make them contiguous breaks rather than, like the 50, the 49, 48 contiguous states. Tina, what up?
Can you see there's a message on the screen?
Oh yeah, thank you. You gotta install those updates, bro. Okay. So look, there's nobody here. It's 9. So what I'm going to say is anyone in the hallway? Can you have a brief gaze there, Tina? Anyone hanging about? No one. He hasn't arrived, on the due. What's it? Okay, let's reconvene at 9:30. And hearings, if I can call, is Anna Rogers in the chamber? Come on in, Anna. Come on up to this table over here, just in front of you. That one right there. Yep. And you'll see with the microphones there is a blue button.
I'm not into microphones,
Oh, no, if we could have the microphone, because that way it's recorded. Yeah. Yeah, and one of our councillors is hard of hearing. Two of them. So thank you, Anna. And so you've got 10 minutes to speak to
I
council?
timed this at home, it took 3.
Oh, well done. But look, some of my colleagues might have some questions for you once you're finished, if that's all right. Yeah. Awesome. Over to you, Anna.
Okay, well, firstly, 28th of May 2020, how to ruin a girl's day. Okay. Well, over my years in Tauranga, I've seen that councils, and I'm saying councils to emphasise that I'm not just pointing the finger at this council. It seems that councils want us to have the title of city, but can't seem to grasp that a city's more than just tall buildings. Like, it's really great having trust power here. It's really great seeing the farmers' development go ahead and also the proposed Craig's building. However, my main concern today is the council's proposal to close our place. In the weekend, I saw the latest BOP Times headline, 29 vacant shops. Currently, our place is the heart of Tauranga. It provides lifestyle, amenity, a place for lunchtime crowds, visitors. It's an evening and weekend venue. It provides jobs like the small businesses that operate from there and their employees, events, music, cultural, culinary, educational workshops, speakers. I actually saw Chloe Swarbrick speak there recently, and fundraisers, including the last community clothes swap. That was also lots of fun. And it's also an issue of safety. As a bus user, I feel really safe waiting at the bus stop with our place behind me rather than with another empty wasteland that attracts an antisocial element. And by that, I am not talking about the legitimately homeless. And particularly at night, I have a wee part-time job in the evening, and when I walk home after dark, seeing the lights of our place makes me feel really safe rather than scuttling past a wasteland. I know our place costs the council megabucks. However, I think giving up is so defeatist when there's alternatives that could be looked at. For example, why don't the council think outside the square and actually take it on, either as a council project or in partnership? All those stallholders pay rent. Users would pay a user fee. Instead of that money going to private business, because that's been a concern for retailers, why doesn't council capture that for the council pool? Or crowdfunding, or providing management with a mentor to help them come up with a self-sustaining solution. Because closing would also squander a further 200 grand. I mean, is it 19 million already enough? I also think it's a mistake not to progress the Memorial Park to Strand walkway, cycleway. I don't think either of these things should be allowed to go the way of other proposed city facilities over the years, like a museum while we waste dollars storing artefacts. We could have had a smaller museum. We didn't need a big Auckland-sized metropolitan museum. Or an all-purpose sports ground that is capable in the 21st century of hosting an All Blacks game. Why not? And I was thinking of Tauranga Domain because it is central and accessible by public transport. Because Bay Park and the stadium, you still can't get there by bus. And the cargo shed, that was always busy, but it was allowed to run down. Now, I don't know whether that was privately owned or a council thing, but instead of letting it run down, why wasn't a partnership looked at? And yes, there is no bus access to ASB Stadium, and I know that's a regional council thing. And the parking building, now that was a demonstrably needed facility. It represented part of the solution to the CBD die-off, which is parking or a lack of affordable parking. Because to me it's pointless attracting visitors if there's nothing for them to do, or creating a residential hub only for residents then to gravitate out to malls in the suburbs for the same reasons, and then having more businesses losing revenue, moving out, and more empty shops. People choose to live in the CBD, yes, for closeness to work, but also for lifestyle. And I'm one example. I'm a person of limited means. It does cost me a lot of money to rent a place in the city, but I like to live in the city for the lifestyle aspects. Because otherwise, if you're just going to kill off all these things that make us a city, why don't we just bulldoze the CBD and make a big cemetery? Because successive council intransigence is slowly turning our city into a big soulless morgue. And if I'm under the 10 minutes with the spare time I allocated myself, I don't think I put this in my submission, but it's important. I think it is a mistake for councils over the years to disinvest in well-managed, affordable public housing and to say it's a central government responsibility, because we know central government is either Auckland or Wellington-centric, whereas councils know local needs. And the CBD shouldn't be just a place for rich people to come and live in.
Hey, thank you, Anna. Hey, are there any questions, colleagues? No, very clear. Thank you very much. Colleagues, our next submitter is Joy Moyer from Sustainable Business Solutions. And Joy's submission can be found on attachment 9 in Stella, page 145. So Joy, yeah, as you would have seen with the last submission, you have 10 minutes to use as you see fit, and if you do finish a little earlier, then my colleagues may have some questions for you, but welcome. Thank you. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I hope you're finding the process interesting and informative and of value. My name is Joy Moyer, and today I'm going to be speaking on behalf of three people, or three organisations. One is myself, as a resident from Welcome Bay. Secondly, as a co-founder of Sustainable Business Solutions, which is a local organisation focused on helping organisations become more sustainable, more progressive, and also more regenerative. But I'm also here on behalf of Te Papa Toiora o Te Wāriki, which is an initiative that is looking to make the whole region healthier, greener, more resilient, through working at a more global or regional perspective. And my aim today is not to actually talk verbatim about my submission, but to share some thinking with you. So I invite you to sit back, relax, and hopefully enjoy what I'm about to share. This first slide is called The Great Acceleration. For me, it is one of the easiest slides to actually map the whole world of sustainability in one slide. There is a lot of misconception that sustainability is all about fixing the environment, but that's just the missing lens. If you look at the left-hand side of this slide, you will see a load of red graphs. I apologise, this is an official slide. I can't tinker with it, hence why it's black. And you can't really see the data. So hopefully when you see this closer up, you'll be able to understand it. But it's more about the principles and the trends. Along the bottom of each grid is the date from 1750 to 2050. Up the right-hand side are the increased numerics for each topic. What I want you to notice is not the numbers, but the trends. On the left-hand side, socioeconomic trends. So these include world population growth, GDP growth, primary industry energy use growth, water use growth, international tourism growth. You will notice there's a faint dotted line around the 1950s, and suddenly everything exponentially increases. That is a beautiful illustration of just how great technology, advancement, business acumen has enabled us to live in this amazing world that we live in now. On the right-hand side, you will see the Earth systems. These are all the green trends. These are the impacts. So this is thinking about increased carbon dioxide, increased ocean acidification, increased marine fish capture. The aim of this slide is to show that we all understand the concept of cause and effect. And when we think of sustainability, we don't tend to sit back and think about the whole lens, because we're equally, all of us, passionate about certain aspects. But when you stand back and look at the global issues, you can actually see that everything good that we're doing for our lifestyle is having an impact environmentally. But they're all inextricably linked, and it becomes a complex conundrum to work with. But having a sustainable lens across all of this is what is important. And so for me, it's, I just want to get across that sustainability is more than just fixing the environment, okay? Secondly, World Economic Forum. This is the first year ever for the World Economic Forum to say that the top 5 economic global risks are all environmentally centric. And you'll notice that water is there as well at number 8. So 6 out of the top 10 financial issues are actually in relation to the environment. And when we think about the World Economic Forum, they have trillions of dollars at their fingertips. So this is what's making them think about their risk register and their risk requirements. Is that something that we should be thinking more about? So my submission is fundamentally about the endorsement of an independent sustainability advisory board for council. I believe it is critical as a way of changing the lens on how we look at things. The flowchart in front of you is a pathway that I think might be a way of thinking about this. Start from a leadership position. Tauranga Council can be a leader in sustainability. It does bring about profitable as well as social, cultural and environmental benefits over the long term. And there is an awful lot of credible experience of sustainability throughout Tauranga, waiting to be tapped into, waiting to be given an opportunity to support the council. However, all of us only know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. And in my experience, which is some 15 years in the sustainable business realm in the UK and here in New Zealand, education and understanding the wider global issues is one of the most important things that keep getting missed. And when you do that, it enables people to get their heads around what they need to do at a local level. And then when you have that understanding, you end up, the vision becomes apparent. It becomes a no-brainer. You can't go backwards, you can only go forwards. And you go forwards positively, progressively, and intuitively, and connected with everything around you, environmentally, culturally, socially, and economically. However, once you have a vision, you need accountability. And my suggestion would be that every person sat in this room listening to me this morning should have some form of accountability, some form of portfolio that enables you to follow a passion that you care about, but through a sustainability lens, but then bring it together and work as a collective to create collective outcomes. And once you have accountability, the design will fall out naturally. And that's definitely been my experience over the years. And when you have a good design, sponsorship, endorsement, community backing will just fly in. And then the implementation becomes about long-term positive outcomes for the many, not about short-term quick wins for the few. Why now? I could sit here and talk about climate change and biodiversity, but I won't. Because actually, if you take all of that to one side and concentrate on the housing crisis, social inequity, cultural needs, transport gridlock, air pollution, health and well-being, just by applying a sustainable lens across all of those aspects will enable you to have better outcomes. Opportunity. COVID has royally kicked us in the arse and given us a moment to stop, think, re-equate, re-evaluate, reset. Never been a better time to actually rethink what we need to do. The knowledge, desire, and insistence from the community is growing. This will impact voting. This will impact the trust and respect that you as council have. People are expecting more. They're expecting you to understand the issues. They're expecting you to provide the solutions. Access to funding. COVID, again, there is a bucket load of money waiting to be used. And the whole country is after that money. applying a sustainable lens to all applications in the future will allow access to a greater amount of funding, which will allow greater access to do better things. And for all of us here, it's not really about us anymore. It's about the next generation. They are the loudest voice, or one of the loudest voice. We've all had a great life over the last few decades. The next lot of generations need our support, need our help, and need us to think about how we might help them have a better life. So in conclusion, I believe an independent sustainability advisory board is a really good step for you to take, because you're all busy, the council has a lot to deliver, but it needs education, it needs support, it needs a handhold. So I think the ISAB would provide leadership. It will provide direction. There is the knowledge and the expertise and the collaborative way of working that exists. There's a whole group of us that meet regularly just because we can. We're not run on ego or financial gain. We're all focused on systemic change and doing the right thing. And thinking systemically is where we need to be, rather than in silos. But this won't work if you, all of you that I see here, Mayor, Marty, general managers, councillors, you have got to buy into this heart and soul. Because if you don't buy into this heart and soul, it won't be a success. We need, or I say we, the ISAB needs a voice at the leadership table. There needs to be a space where the data can be made available to you and you can hear it and feel it and share it and understand it. Needs to be listened and respected, needs recommendations to be taken seriously, because it will provide a pathway to a more resilient city. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Robson.
Yeah, for all sorts of obvious reasons, Joy, I applaud your presentation, your submission. The question that's being posed at the moment in various places in the city is who goes on the board. Mm-hmm. Do you have a view on that, or are you able to share that?
So I think for many of us that have the kind of knowledge that would be useful, it's about how it would be endorsed and held as a board. So, for example, for myself, I've worked in a large energy organisation in the UK, and I've worked in local government over in the UK. I have a consultancy here. I would be happy to be a support and a conscience for you. But I wouldn't want to do it if I'm stuck in a room and I don't have access to you. Access to Marty, access to the GMs, access to Tembi. Because then it becomes something that's not listened to. But yeah, there are lots of organisations. For example, on a monthly basis, there is a group of us called Sandbox, Sustainability Advisors and Managers, Bay of Plenty. We meet every month. We're all from different organisations. We all care about sustainability. And we talk about how to support each other and how to share stuff and how to get messages across. So, yeah, I mean, I guess for me it would be, what do you want in the framework? What do you want this board to achieve? Or do you want us to design it for you? Because we'd happily do that. So there's, again, with everything to do with sustainability, it requires thinking. It requires a moment of proper reflection of what do you want it to achieve? Or do you want us to design it so that we can help you achieve it? But then would you buy into it? So again, it's very much about a collaborative way of designing this. But it could be transformational. And when I look at the other councils across New Zealand, I did a really rough sketch research of how much sustainability was there on the different pages for the different organisations, different councils. And Tauranga has 29 references to sustainability. Auckland has 527, Wellington 650, Christchurch 5,615, Hamilton 31 plus pages, Rotorua 31 plus pages. So there is so much work to be done here. It's such a golden opportunity, time-wise, financially, application-wise, economic recovery-wise. So that's a really radical answer. So provide me a way of what you want to achieve, or create a conversation where a few of us can come along, and I can definitely invite the rest of the sandbox along, and we can have an informed discussion.
Any additional questions, colleagues? No? Hey, thank you very much, Joy, for your submission. We'll be deliberating next week and making some decisions by the end of the month. So
And
thank
I'm
you.
happy to, you know, if anybody wants to have a further conversation, I'm more than welcome, or more than happy. Good
Is,
luck and enjoy.
is Tanya Horo present in the chamber? No? Can I then, Mr. Payne, John Payne, we're a little bit early, but would you be happy to give a submission, your submission now? Fantastic. John Payne's submission in support of the incubator is on page 2265 of your agenda. So John, we have 10 minutes for you to use as you see fit, but we are running a little bit ahead of time, so there's a little bit of leeway there.
So we've got half an hour or so?
Not quite.
So just open it.
Yeah. So my colleagues may have some questions of your submission at the end, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Brilliant. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council, for the opportunity to share our vision with you today. A lot of you are aware generally of what we've been heading towards, and we prepared a little video that hopefully will show you what our heart is for the centre of the city.
If it works.
If it works.
Imagine a space where we could gather people in our community together to rethink things that are heading to landfill.
Imagine an intergenerational space where we can get people together to create some really cool stuff.
Imagine a space is a place where people, ideas, resources are connected, where waste is no longer wasted. Waste is a resource.
Materials have been undervalued for so long. It's important people realise the finite resources we have and treat them as precious.
From this to this,
Or from those to these.
from waste to wonder. We see the opportunity to create an innovative space that revalues, recycles and reuses things seen as waste.
Practical ideas with furniture, fashion, paint, cycling, everything. It supports a circular economy. Right here, what goes around comes around.
We want this space to engage people's thinking and keep materials away from the landfill. And we want this space to be a place that materials be remade and created into new things that are special and valued. Keep them in a circular economy.
This place will become a hub where people of all ages and all diversities come together for workshops where they learn from each other, where they teach each other.
This space will create opportunities for training and employment of our local people.
It's about bringing people together in our city.
We see a space where waste can be minimised, where people in the community can come together and build resilience and hope for the future.
We see a place for the remaker space.
So John and Jackie and our team, we don't like waste. Why our place? Why now? What about the finances? And what do we want from you? Why our place? We believe the vision communicated in that video is a great fit for 15 vacant containers in the CBD. What better place than a container city to start a journey of discovery into changing our behaviours around what we throw away. It totally fits the repurposing message. Learning and behaviour change is achieved by doing. 6,000 people recently signed a petition in support of keeping our place. So it's a vibrant central city community already, and we don't want to waste it. We see the remaker space being a reason for people to come to town.
It's also right on the bus route. It attracts all ages to use the buses or cycle. Our experience when working in the Sunnies building with Good Neighbour was that 200 volunteers came each week. They used the buses, they've helped out for a couple of hours, and they stayed in the city. They went to the cafes, they used the library, and they just basically used the city centre. So it will be good for our local business community. It also has the potential for an experiential tourist attraction to become part of our city centre.
It's close to the university, and Toioko Mai already has a space there. It's our intention to continue our connections with both these institutions and local schools to facilitate real-time research and engagement about our city's waste problems.
So why us? Our experience with establishing the Good Neighbour Trust with Food Rescue and Kitchen has put us in a great space to tackle this project. We've got experience with building successful volunteer teams and engaging a broad cross-section of community around a waste problem. We strongly believe in collaboration. We're in the process of conversations with a wide variety of stakeholders. We've done and we are doing research in other like-minded operations, such as the Remakery in London, the Rediscovery Centre in Dublin, the Resow and Reformery Centres in Wellington, Rekindle in Christchurch, Recreators in Auckland, Intercept in Whangarei, the Seagull Centre in Thames, Zero Waste in Raglan, and many more. There's heaps of these all around the world and our country, but there's absolutely not much going here in Tauranga.
We've had conversations with our local waste guru, Marty Hoffert, Waste Watchers, and Rachel Glazier at Envision, Sustainability Options, EnviroHub team, and your local waste team, Rebecca and Carly. We have had conversations with locals working in the space, Kerry Fennell, fashion designer, Simone from Incubator. Our assessment is that the appetite to support this project is significant, and we would partner closely with Chris and Rochelle in our place who are committed to the vision.
We'd love to build on our relationship and experience working with the Boys College. At Good Neighbour, we saw 11 boys successfully transition from not succeeding at school into jobs or re-engagement with their education in just 5 months of operation. A successful model saw a master craftsman partner with volunteers and with the students. Our links with Tuihomai and the University of Waikato are both committed to innovation and research, and we've already started that journey with them. We see connections with Priority One's youth mentoring program. We've just become involved with them as well. And we'll draw together local businesses with an interest in this space. We've already talked to Classic Builders, NZ Windows, Brookfield New World, and there'll be heaps more that don't yet know it.
We think we have the track record you can rely on, but what about finances and what are we asking for? We believe our proposal is a new and viable model. What will 0.00065% of your budget get you? You'll be funding a charity totally committed to impacting the community with outcomes in waste minimisation, behaviour change, community resilience and employment. It will contribute to activating the CBD by drawing people in. It will help us all in our sustainability journey. It will be good for Tauranga. The Link Community Trust will oversee the development of the Remaker space. Our request is for Council to commit to $160,000 in 2021 and $130,000 in 2022. This will provide the Trust with the required rental and contribution to operating costs in year 1 and cover the rental in year 2. We're asking for a 2-year commitment to give us some assurance of continuity to enable us to become established. It is our desire over time to quickly diminish our reliance on funding from Council and grow a variety of income streams. Our initial 2021 operating budget, not including the Council contribution, would see a basic program established for $150,000. We will grow these programs as funding and other resources become available, a methodology we used successfully when establishing the Good Neighbour Trust. After 5 years there, we had fully funded and diversified income budget of $600,000 per annum. We're confident that our part in the funding puzzle is achievable.
Council's commitment would enable us to move into a space that's fully functional and provide a credible platform upon which to build further operating and capital funding streams. it will kickstart the Remaker space. So why now? Globally, nationally and locally, there's a wave of momentum targeting unnecessary waste and finding creative ways to change the way we do things. Local surveys confirm the community wants to improve the way we handle waste. About 65% of what's being dumped in Tauranga could be repurposed and diverted from landfill. That's not a great statistic. We do have a problem here. While the Remaker space will not solve this problem, it would be one string in the bow. Do we want a zero waste economy? Even Raglan is honing in on that one. We need to get serious about sustainability in our city. Wouldn't it be amazing if Tauranga was known as a sustainable city?
So what better time than post-COVID lockdown and with the uncertainties around employment to begin a program that ticks so many boxes around building community resilience and creating employment opportunities. It's our opinion that community is ready to launch on this. Our team is ready to launch on this. We wonder whether Tauranga City Council is ready to join us in this launch. Let us not waste this opportunity. We think that a council majority decision to support our request would be a good decision. We would like to imagine a unanimous decision and wonder what that would achieve. Isn't this the kind of project that could bring us all together?
Thanks.
Well,
No, they didn't even.
Thank you, John and Jackie. Questions, Mayor Powell.
Thanks, Chair. John and Jackie, thank you, and for all the work you do generally. It's been great to hear this morning. I'll say the same to Anna and Joy for bringing this level of innovative and vibrant thinking. Can I just ask you, though, without wanting to preempt anything, this, I presume, could happen anywhere downtown, if we could find, as part of the Activate Vacant Spaces, providing you've got the right space, which is something bigger than just a retail store frontage. And I'm thinking about some of the malls, particularly where they have multiple vacant spaces. That would work there, I presume, is that correct? As well as our place?
Yeah, we're passionate about the Remaker space,
Yeah.
but we also see our place as being a space that's available immediately. But yes, you're right. It could happen in any vacant space.
Councillor Baldock.
Thank you, John and Jackie. I just wonder if there's any opportunity for funding from, you've mentioned the 150,000 budget, which you'd go to grant funders and others, but the waste, what's it called, the Waste Minimisation Fund from the government, is there any access to that, given that you are
we
recycling?
put an application in for that.
How much did you put it in for?
Total budget over 3 years, $500,000.
Okay. When would you hear about that?
I think it's within the next month.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, we'll be hopeful.
Councillor Robson.
Yeah, it's a question I asked of a previous submitter, and thank you for this. I've been waiting for this for a while. Is it possible to see more on the financials? Athena House provided us with a more detailed breakdown, or is there a supporting?
That can be provided. A lot of the financials were provided in previous submissions. So essentially all we've done from the original is to ensure that the funding you receive will enable us to pay our place the agreed rental. And so that would be the basic amount of that. The difference is what we would run our programs with, which is $150,000, which is largely staff costs plus other program operation costs. So yeah, we do have that kind of detail, but it's and available to you if you'd like to look at it, but I don't have it here.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, and I suppose the biggest reason really is that you're actually talking about 0.065% of council's budget, not 0.00065%. It does make a difference, accuracy in numbers. So yeah, I'd be open for that discussion and be keen to share that insight. Thank you.
Councillor Clout.
Yeah, thanks John and Jackie for coming in, and also the work that you've done over many years. So if I'm reading this right, by us supporting Remaker Space, we are effectively helping our place survive, because if not, I'm assuming that it would make our place, really just not sustainable. Is that correct?
So based on the budget from our place, this would provide essentially half of the costs of operating and make them a sustainable operation as well. So it's a double whammy. If we would keep, Chris and Michelle would be able to keep the food and beverage end operating successfully, and we would contribute the rental for the other end, and that would meet the costs of operation.
Baldock.
So just a quick supplementary on that, if I could. So, you're paying the rental for the containers, so they pay then whatever the agreed cost from the containers, but they will still operate all of the other volunteer things they do, the concerts, the whatever, and you will just be doing work in the containers that you are renting. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's generally the case, but we'd partner with them with the events. We'd partner with them with the shared spaces which operate within there.
Do you know if we're going to hear from Rochelle and Chris? Are they coming in at some point?
I don't know.
I don't
I
see
did
them on
understand they
ours.
were going to put a submission in.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, John and Jackie. So we'll be making some decisions towards the back end of next week, and final decisions by the end of the month. So thank you. Thank you for
Awesome.
submitting.
Thanks, everyone. Yep.
Cool, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Glenn, are you happy to come forward and submit a few minutes early? Thank you. Good to see you again. I feel like we saw you recently. I can't remember where either. Where was that?
Although I heard there was a very good presentation on Friday from some business network or from Sustainable. Today I'm just presenting in my personal capacity, so it's going to focus mainly on one particular idea or suggestion of some spending for this coming year. But firstly, I just did want to reiterate what I said in my written submission. So I think I put in two submissions in a personal capacity. So the last one I'd spoken, excuse my voice, I'm getting over a cold, so hopefully not passing anything on. But I had a chat with John and Jackie a week or so ago, so just really want to support the initiative that they're trying to get going. I think most of you know them in some capacity anyway, and they're just really dedicated people who offer really good value to our community. So I think wherever it is, I take Mayor Powell's point that the location is probably not the critical factor, but to get something like this up and running sooner rather than later would be great. My primary reason for speaking is just to, I guess, clarify why I have a little bit of an obsession about trying to get some bus shelters in the western suburbs. And I have been in this chamber for, this is, I think, not the 11th year I've presented on this, but I have, over a period of 11 years, did a presentation on behalf of a community centre that's no longer operating in Otumotai, Brookfield, back in 2009, requesting bus shelters on behalf of the community. And so at various times over those intervening years, I've come in here and suggested fast-tracking some infrastructure around the bus network, often on behalf of Sustainable Business Network and other transport advocates. But today I thought I'd just narrow it down back to that small area in Otumotai, because having lived there for several years, that I know the community fairly well, and I notice so many people who are waiting at bus stops where there isn't a shelter, and particularly older people, particularly in hot summer days and wet, windy winter days. It's just, to me, it's an easy fix. And I've spoken to many people. I use the buses quite a lot myself, so I've spoken to a lot of people who use them. They really, are very frustrated with the situation. And I suppose I do want to preface this by saying that I understand to the best of my knowledge, you have fulfilled your commitments in the public transport plan. So it's not a suggestion that TCC is not doing its part as agreed with Regional Council. My understanding, I think Councillor Robson at a PT committee meeting last year clarified that there is a whole program of infrastructure that's laid out for the next 10 years, whatever. And so I'm not suggesting that it's not, that you're not doing what you said you'd do. The question that I have is, why did you not come to your communities before you put that plan in place? And that plan, as far as I know, did not really get close consideration by elected members. So having been involved a little bit in the stakeholder side of that, it was pretty much fast-tracked through. And there is delivery of an interchange at Brookfield, which is in that plan. But to the best of my knowledge, and I think maybe Councillor Baldock in particular would have a comment on that, but I think that's not likely to go ahead. Would that be fair to say? So my suggestion is not to try and put Otumoetai ahead of other suburbs, it's just I know the area better. I would suggest you do the same thing in all the other parts of Tauranga, but in particular, because Brookfield will not be getting an interchange, to actually use the funding which was due in the next, I think, 2 years to build an interchange, which would be quite expensive, just to take a small amount of that funding and fast track it into some bus shelters. So I've gone to your transport team. Nick had told me at one point he thought it was $6,000 per shelter. There are is it Adshel shelters where there's the deal done in terms of advertising and return for it. I don't know if there's any of these locations that I have suggested to Regional Council, and I think put in my submission, that would meet the requirements for an advertising shelter. There's also, I know Mark Wassang has a proposal for shelters. I don't really know the ins and outs of that. But even just a standard old bus shelter, you know, if you did 10 of them, even if they were 10 grand each, that's 100 grand. And you would actually cover, I would say, most of those locations in Otumoetai and the nearby areas that need them. So that's really the crux of it. I do want to reiterate my support for the sustainability framework. I know you've had other submitters talking about that. Happy to answer questions on that, but yeah, just really was asking for perhaps something over and above the normal in terms of fast tracking those shelters, notwithstanding that you've done, there's one up on 11th Ave and a few others I've seen go in recently, which is great.
Thank you, Glenn. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Arbery, then Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, this is a point of frustration for me as well. In terms of, yeah, might be a question for Marty, but if we did put something in the annual plan in terms of capital for purchasing and installing bus shelters, what's the process for that, or what would be the hold-ups?
I'll let Marty answer that.
Through the chair, it's my understanding that there is funding for bus shelters, and that there's a process to identify the sites. I can't give you the exact details, but I'm absolutely sure that Nick's probably reported this back to council numerous times. So if you'd like another report, we can bring another report back. But I think the last time we reported back, there was something like 20 bus shelter locations that we wanted council to sign off on and to commence that process, where I think there'd been some opposition from locals, and so...
Mr. Chair, can I have a response to Marty? I think the issue, Marty, is that I've had the conversation with Nick. Last year I put in, both in a personal and professional capacity, a request through to the Regional Council. So the Regional Council said they were collating community desires for shelters and sharing them with your staff. The problem that I've seen is that the lists have not included the shelters that people in the community have said for years that they've wanted. And so I've talked to Nick, I've talked to other staff here, I've talked to elected members, I've talked to regional council staff, I've talked to consultants, I've talked to pretty much everyone I can, and I've talked over a period of years, and I realise there's progress made in the last year, and I can understand from your perspective, you're sort of at the, you know, high up in the helicopter. I'm just saying, down on the ground, I don't think it's covering the shelters that I'm wanting to some extent. Maybe there's an overlap, but I haven't seen that so far.
Thank you, Glenn. The Regulatory Committee is going to be meeting soon to conduct hearings from neighbouring residents of proposed bus shelters that have objected. And so that's part of the process which we must go through in order to erect a bus shelter or not in those cases.
Yeah, I understand
but that's something
the
we're
challenges.
definitely
Yeah.
doing now, which has not happened in the past. Councillor Baldock, you had a question.
Yeah, you mentioned the easy fix. I haven't heard it, Glenn, yet, but it is getting worked on. There's a report coming to the UFTID committee this month from Nick on the update, part of the regulatory thing as well. But you've raised some good points. I'm not sure there is a budget or was a budget for Brookfield for the interchange. It was. We'll have to ask if there was, but I'm not sure.
It was in the
there
PT plan, but
Yeah,
it wasn't in. I think it was maybe just at the start of the next LTP period, as opposed to this year. So it would be an additional bit of funding for this year.
It was in their plan, but now they've decided they probably don't need an interchange there. So, but I'd like to know more about the easy fix you mentioned, because it's been a challenge for everybody to try and get these things erected everywhere in the city.
Yeah, so I mean, I think I was meaning just the standard approach as opposed to easy, but I mean, all I'm saying is the sooner you have the conversation, the sooner you can find a way. But I do think there's I don't think you want to get into a bidding war, but innovation around, if in terms of a certain portion of the street, I think there could be some collaboration with communities to try and find a way where everyone comes out as a winner on it. But I don't really know how that is happening at the moment.
The latest thing from regional is that the new ticketing system will help us know where the most people are boarding, and that sort of thing becomes a priority too. You're probably aware of that, I think. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions, colleagues? No. Thank you, Glenn, for the time that you invest in submissions, but also in other advice as well. It's certainly appreciated by the chair, and I know that my colleagues do as well. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Good luck in your deliberations.
Cheers. Is Shah Matthew present in the chamber? No? Okay, colleagues. Our next submitter is scheduled for 10:30, and then we have a break from 10:40 till 11:10. So what I'm proposing we do is we adjourn the meeting. If our submitter turns up at 10:30, then I'll call you back. Otherwise, we will reconvene at 11:10. So that's my proposal at this stage. Our next submitter is scheduled for 10:30, currently not present, but I will adjourn the meeting. If our submitter is present at 10:30, I will call you back. Otherwise, we will reconvene at 11:10. Thank you. Reconvene the hearings, and our next submitter is Shah Matthew, who is going to be addressing us on Bay Venues Limited. Shah's submission is on page 108 of your agenda. So it's over to you, Shah.
Thank you very much for having me here today. I wrote a letter in a little while ago to Tenby Powell when he first came in as Mayor, alerting him to the situation that Impact Gym Sport Academy, which is a gymnastics club based at Mount Maunganui, is facing at the moment. We took on a venue, one of the buildings at Bay Venues Limited, and paying a commercial rate for our lease, which has since become too expensive for us, due to the fact that we've dropped from 150,000 income from grants down to about 50. And then with the impact of COVID, that's obviously having a huge impact as well. So I've been negotiating with Bay Venues for some time to try and get our rent reduced, and to no avail at this stage. And so I'm trying to find some help from all different avenues, really, and of coming to the council to see if there's anything you can do to help us negotiate a better deal on the rent. We don't want to move from that building. It's a perfect situation for a gymnastics club, size-wise, which is very hard to find in and around Tauranga. We have 3 gymnasts from that club at the moment who have made it into the New Zealand squad, so we're producing some pretty amazing athletes from that club, so we really need some support. Paying $95,000 a year in rent is just not possible for us to continue, and if we don't get some help from somewhere, I'm not quite sure what we're going to be doing. So that's basically it in a nutshell. I mean, I guess actually the other thing is we'd really ideally love to have our own building that we would share with any other code that would be willing to share with us, because we train it in the evenings, we don't train during the day. So, you know, any of those possibilities would be appreciated from councillors here today.
Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Clout.
Yeah, thanks very much, Shah. Have you, by any chance, had any discussions with the cheerleaders club in Tauranga? They've basically got a very good facility in Malimi Street, and I'm not sure whether the floor surface would be suitable for gym. I imagine it would.
I think I'm not sure of which, is it Astro Cheer or which is the cheerleaders that we're referring to?
Good question. It escapes me now. I'll get in touch with you. Mrs. Nutt Brown, I think her name. Or I'll get in touch with you and give you the details.
I think the issue is we have an awful lot of equipment that is required with gymnastics. We have a special sprung floor, 3 sets of bars, 3 sets of beams. So it takes up a lot of the space. We do currently sublet our facility to Astro Cheer, so they come in and use the facility in the evenings train around us. So we've looked at all of those possibilities. So we do have lots of code sharing at the moment, but it's not enough to meet the financial commitments.
Councillor Baldock. No? Yes?
Yep, thanks, Shah. Is location within the city, different suburbs of importance, or anywhere will work?
Okay, so location is not necessarily relevant, other than we do have 2 other gymnastics clubs in the area at the moment, one being Argos, who are based here in town, and another one at Te Puke. So we're kind of catching the Papamoa, Mount Maunganui clients at the moment. So if we were to move anywhere near any of those other clubs, we would have to run that by our national body, Gymnastics New Zealand, to ensure that that's not going to encroach upon their membership base.
I remember you when you were in McDonald Street, Steve. I know Te Puke Gym Sport they gave us a submission a couple of years ago because they were looking at building premise on the park there in Te Puke. And would there be an opportunity to collaborate there, or not really?
Collaboration is something that we're definitely open to. We've discussed this with our regional relationship manager at Gymnastics New Zealand, and feel that possibly Tauranga doesn't require 3 clubs. and what we could really do with was some kind of super club where we could pool our resources and carry on producing amazing athletes that we're currently doing. So the unfortunate thing with that is that there's no open dialogue around that at the moment, but it's certainly something we would entertain.
Thank you. So we'll be making some decisions on the budget next week, and then some final decisions by the end of the month. So that's the time frame we're working to. But thank you for the submission. Cheers.
Thanks.
Okay, colleagues, we will adjourn until 11:10 a.m. Morning, colleagues. We will reconvene the hearings. Our next submitter is Mr. Richard Prince. Welcome, Richard, back to the chamber. Richard's got two submissions. One, a personal submission from 11:10 to 11:20, and that's available on page 104 of attachment 9. And second submission is on behalf of Welcome Bay Rating Advocates, and that is page 150 again of attachment 9. So Richard, you're very familiar with our processes. We've got 10 minutes for each submission, but if there's some time after you've spoken, my colleagues may wish to ask you some questions. Over to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to make a submission to you on the revised annual plan. I am submitting both on my own behalf and that of the Welcome Bay Rating Advocates. As both submissions in many cases have a common theme, I plan to roll them into one. This may well, of course, have the advantage that you will hear less from me. Now, I thought we'd start at the top, and that's the biggie, of course, is the rates. I don't think anybody needs reminding that these are straitened times. With COVID-19, we're seeing such things as staff layoffs, we're seeing reduced incomes to people, and that includes myself. We're seeing businesses fail. And as when I came in through town this morning, I went down Devonport Road and I couldn't believe how many shops have for lease signs on them. I can speak personally from the aspect of redundancy because my daughter has been made redundant, and she is a person who is, let's say, a very high earning person that operates in the tech world. She has been shed from her job, and while her husband is a reasonably good earner, she's the main breadwinner, and she is really worried whether she will find another job. And she's found where in the past she has done consultancy work. Nobody wants consultants, particularly at the moment. So we have a little bit of a family worry here. Rates increases. First it was 12.7, then the TCC realised this wouldn't fly and offered an appealing 7.6. Now in the face of ratepayer dissatisfaction, we're looking at 4.7. Are ratepayers hugging themselves at the council's generosity? Well, no. Part of the problem with these increases is the universal annual general charge. The proposal is to reset this at 10%. It's funny how that only 3 years ago, 30% was considered to be a reasonable figure. The trouble with this sort of charge is based on a fallacy that the owners of lower priced, or shall we say lower valuable properties, have a lower income and therefore a lesser ability to pay, and the shortfall can be made up by eating the supposed rich. Rather than use this blunt instrument, what is needed is rating support to help those who have difficulty meeting their rates. And this assistance can be based on need and is targeted. The 10% creates a situation where higher rated properties will be paying multiple times for the same council services. What ratepayers are demanding is a rates freeze, and this must include no change to the universal annual general charge. There has been mention of zero rates, and I was talking to Bill Granger earlier, And I said there is quite a difference between a rates freeze and zero rates. A rates freeze is that I wish to see my incoming rating bill to be the same as the last year's one. We have a council appears to be endeavouring to defend an unacceptable position. And instead of telling us how much it's going to cost per annum, it's been watered down to how much it's going to cost a week. Why not make it look better and say how much it'll cost a day or even an hour? It's the sort of same technique that life insurance salesmen use to make it sound like the premiums are dirt cheap when we know full well they're not. We're told in the council's presentation that the median residential rates rise will be 1%, or as the council likes to put it, 44 cents a week. The median, for those of you who aren't quite sure, is the middle number. Tauranga has approximately 60,000 ratepayers, and in essence that means the median is number 30. One has to ask, why did council select the median? And I think it clearly is to mislead ratepayers. If they used the average, which is also called the mean, the figure would have been much higher. Also, with the median showing a 1% increase, this means half of the ratepayers will be paying 1% or less. The other half will be paying far more to make up for that shortfall. In my own instance, my increase is 6.8%. And I had to say when I saw that, and that's off the council's own figures, I really thought where did the 4.7 vanish to? And I was recently talking to a friend of mine, his are 22%. Now, it is fair to say that he has a fairly high-priced property, but 22% increase? Even he's wondering about whether he can afford that. So the outcome is some ratepayers will be paying multiple times for receiving exactly the same services. It is said that, you can't polish a turd, but it is said that you can roll it in glitter. And the reality is that this kind of way of presenting things to ratepayers is that no matter how pretty it might look, it still doesn't smell very good. Looking at commercial rates, we have a median rates rise of 11%. And bear in mind the same applies to within the residential rating system, that if that's the median, there's going to be a hell of a lot of people can expect a rate increase of higher than that. Really, the council has to be nuts. Businesses are struggling without council performing a wallectomy on them. One councillor I spoke to attempted to justify this increase on the basis that Tauranga commercial rates are low compared to other New Zealand centres. It could be said they're high compared to Murupara and Eketahuna, if you want to go through that kind of comparison. If this is the kind of thinking that exists in council, then one would have to assume few know anything about running a business. Good business practices to monitor cash flow, costs and margins. If the council increases their cost, that business cannot pass those costs on, then life is going to be as easy. The outcome may well be shedding staff, at worst shutting shop. Is this what you councillors want to be responsible for? People unemployed? Think about that. I'm going to, hang on, where did it go? I'm going to read a couple of little things here from people that perhaps do know something. And the first one is from an article in the Bop Times recently from Matt Cowley, who is, I'm sure you know, is the Chief Executive of the Tauranga Chamber of Commerce. So here's a man at the cliff, well, hopefully not the cliff face, but at least the business face of what happens out there. And I'm only going to read a couple of bits out of here. And what and the heading of this article is, "A rates rise will hit businesses hard." He said it is the wrong time to be proposing further charges, especially when the business sector is already facing so many other costs. Now that's from Matt Cowley, and I happen to find also within the submissions a submission which I'm sure you, Council, have seen from the Taxpayers Union. And what they said here, rates hikes at this time of economic turmoil will serve to exacerbate immediate financial stresses and undermine the government's relief strategy. Any economist will tell you that a recession is the most damaging time to hike taxes. Households and businesses are cutting costs, and it's only fair that your council does the same. We must all cut our cloth to fit the new economic reality. We asked you to commit to 1, a rates freeze for the next 12 months, and 2, identifying and cutting low priority spending. And that those are the sort of people that you as council and councillors need to listen to and make sure that they are heard. Looking at what was on the revised plan, the proposed cuts, cost savings are insignificant. What you need to do is look to where you can really save some money. 5 on Elizabeth Street would be a good start. It's not as if the Pascoe family are hard up. They're amongst the wealthiest people in New Zealand. You may not know it, but they're the biggest employers of labour in New Zealand. They have a range of about 12,500 staff through their businesses. They don't need ratepayers' money to provide them with a nice front lawn to their apartments. We've also seen money being thrown at a Totara Street cycleway because unfortunately some cyclists wound up in an accident there. Now we can all be sympathetic towards that, but Totara Street is a major trucking route for the port and industry. Cyclists shouldn't be on Totara Street at all. And it's worth noting that as cyclists make no contribution to pay for their demands. They don't pay registration on their bicycles. And let me tell you, in China, every bicycle in China is registered. They don't pay road user charges, fuel levies. They don't have warrant of fitnesses. And don't, for goodness sake, have an accident with one. You'll find they don't have any insurance either. They are arrogant and often downright vulgar. I live in Welcome Bay, and I drive the Welcome Bay Road regularly. I drive a hybrid, and generally I'm travelling down Welcome Bay Road that's running on the battery. As the car at that time is exceptionally quiet, I usually toot my horn to alert any cyclists that I am there. More often than not, I get a mouthful of abuse or the fingers. I blame this on the lycra. It's the tightness causes pressure on the nether regions and sends disturbed signals to the brain. So one would think that probably is the truth of the matter. We've got our place. TCC should never have been involved in this disaster. I'm also gobsmacked that in the budget somewhere, 494,000 is budgeted for New Year events funding. What on earth do we get for nearly $500,000 on New Year's Eve? I haven't received much, maybe a a few fireworks. Now, as for hanging budgets in the CBD, look, the CBD is already moribund. The only flowers that would be appropriate would be wreaths. The Strand Coastal Cycle Walkway project. I'm pleased to see you're not throwing more money at it, and at least that will save us $200,000. This is the right decision. Though it was never a starter. Residents there were against it, and they were already able to stymie it as they had riparian rights. And I can remember our former mayor, Greg Brown, was saying exactly that in a council meeting. If you consider rate increases too high, which we do, we need to look at cutting things like staff-driven vanity projects. We need to get rid of the bright ideas, the wasteful projects such as Phoenix Park, Wharf Street, Durham Street. None of these are acceptable in these times. And as for the plan to improve the view from the tenants and the farmers' development, this needs to be abandoned permanently. This is an appeal to you as councillors to do the right thing by your ratepayers. There is a moral high ground here, and you people aren't occupying it. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions for Mr. Prince? Councillor Baldock.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. You mentioned about the difference between rates freeze and rates zero rates. I've always assumed that those who use the word zero rates meant zero rate increase. Is that the same as the rates freeze you're promoting?
Well, I would have viewed a zero rates as where the rates take is the same. But with such things as your universal charge, then this leaves the ability to shift that money or how that money is taken around. Whereas a rates freeze means what you can expect in your rates demand this year will be the same as last year.
You also mentioned about targeted rate relief for those who really need it. You mentioned about targeted rate relief as being one of the best ways to go forward for those who need it, irrelevant of their property values. Are you aware of the targeted rate relief we will be seeking to offer and how we will be working with people who are struggling to pay their rates?
Well, I mean, that's what we should be doing, and what I'm really saying there is the universal charge should not be. I would like to see the universal charge certainly dropped, but that help given to those that may need it. As I said, there is a fallacy here that somehow or other people in cheaper houses have less income. Now that to a certain extent is true, but I know a couple of people around Tauranga who aren't exactly poor up and their house value would be less than half of mine. It also means, of course, if you look at the other end of the equation, there are plenty of people out there who may be elderly, widows, that sort of thing, living in a family home that they've had for the last 50 years, which has suddenly become highly valuable, and have difficulty paying their rates.
Question was, are you aware of what we will be trying to do to help those people going forward? The staff are working hard on plans to assist where we can with those people who are caught by that. Are you aware of the things we're working on?
I am aware of it, but I think the best thing is not to have. You shouldn't need to have to do that. You should be initially striking a rate that obviates that need, if possible. But then you have that as a backstop, not as something that people are going to be queuing up to get, because you create that problem.
Councillor Robson.
Yeah, thank you for the submission, Richard. It's the rates is always a vexed topic because it's sort of framed ideologically. just about every economist in the world, except Gareth Morgan, recognises that capital gain is income. That's how, when we look at national accounts, we can reconcile country spending with what it is they produce or earn. The difference in expenditure can be explained by capital gain. In that regard, one of the issues you've raised is, if you like, the cash flow issue of rates, i.e. that if we accept, rightly or wrongly, that rates are perhaps New Zealand's only property or wealth tax, the fact that it is a wealth tax doesn't provide for or allow for the cash flow implications on those people whose income may not be commensurate with their assets. What's your view on deferment? Because a number of people would suggest that if someone's had significant capital gain, in my situation, in excess of, say, $500,000 over 3 years on one property, that deferring the rates is a way of addressing the cash flow issue. Does that make sense to you, or are you comfortable with that approach?
I have an unease with the idea that there seems to be a capital gain in property. In most cases, we have a situation in property values that all ships are lifted by the tide, if you like. If somebody comes and makes you an offer on your place, or even a really good offer, it doesn't mean that you can walk down the road and buy a same sort of property in a similar location at half the price. You're going to have to pay this, at least what you know, if you want the equivalent place, the only way to be able to pull capital out is to go somewhere cheap, like Invercargill or Murupara. That is the problem. I think it's also fair to say that the fact that property values have gone up is not a benefit that has been provided by council. It is something that simply takes place if you like, by virtue of supply and demand and inflation. I still remember when I lived in Wellington at a council meeting, one of my neighbours was Mark Deniacek. Now, he's noted as the man that's contributing about 60-odd million to building a new children's hospital in Wellington. Now, he had a situation where his property was not drive-on, and he succeeded by a rather complex arrangement, but he wound up creating drive-on access. And at a council meeting, he was complaining that how much his rates had gone up. And some councillors suggested to him it was because he was now drive-on and increased the value of his property. Mark, who was a rather fiery German, of German extraction, said, I gave me drive-on, you didn't. And I think that is the same with increases in value. And I don't like to think that the idea of solving people's problems is that we should put some sort of burden on them.
Thank you, Mr. Prince.
Thank you.
So we'll be making some decisions towards the back end of next week and adopting hopefully by the 30th of this month. So thank you for that, much appreciated.
It's a pleasure.
Colleagues, our next submitter has not arrived. However, I see Michelle Bishop is here. Would you be happy to bring your submission forward? So just waiting on some printing. Okay. Okay, so in that case, colleagues, we will adjourn. Yes, I have been touched by the. I felt power go out of me. No, it was. Oh, our next submitter is here. Sorry, slight biblical reference for some people. So in that case, colleagues, we will reconvene at 11:50 a.m. No. We can reconvene right now. Are you comfortable giving your submission 4 or 5 minutes early? Brilliant. Okay. So colleagues, we'll reconvene now, and our next submitter is Janine Spears, and her submission is on page 2114 of your agenda. And so, Janine, the process is you've got 10 minutes allocated. And if you come up to this table here, there is a microphone with a post-it note on it saying press to speak. And if you press that purple button, the microphone will go on. And if you finish ahead of the 10 minutes, there might be some questions. Thank you very much. Over to you. It is warm in here. Yeah, I could make a joke about that, but I'm not. Yeah, over to you.
My submission was to support the initiative from the Incubator Creative Hub. Is that right? Is that what you've got, Jim? Okay. So, kia ora, I'm Janine Spears. I'm here today. I didn't bring a flash PowerPoint presentation. Forgive me. My submission comes from my heart, so that's not something I can show you on a flashy screen. So I'm here to support the submission for the annual plan from the Incubator Creative Hub and the Tauranga Film Collective. Just a bit about myself. I'm currently the New Zealand Project Manager for the International Youth Silent Film Festival. I've had that role for 4 years, and I work alongside the Bayport Community Arts Centre to deliver this unique film festival to New Zealand and the world. I have 3 children. 2 of those boys compete in top-level football. They play for the Junior A Tauranga Boys College, Federation Club football. They have skills development programs, national age groups tournament. They have the luxury of playing at some beautiful parks, and they have a lot of support from YBOP and Sports Bay of Plenty. Now my daughter Pearl, she's like a mother and is a creative. So, you know, I want to make sure that I invest in her outcomes as well, so she has somewhere to feel supported and a place. So I've had over 25 years experience in film and television and the arts, and as some of you may know, I was involved with the inception of the Incubator down at the Historic Village 5 years ago, I guess now. And I'm also was a founding member of the Tauranga Screen Collective, along with Anton, Tessa and Tanya Horo, who was pivotal in setting up the Film Bay of Plenty regional film office. I've worked for them for the last 4 years and managed their events. Film Bay of Plenty have spent 4 years obviously trying to woo the big overseas productions, which has yet to eventuate, and their main focus has been on establishing a studio in Rotorua and some overseas travel for Anton. My dream for Tauranga is to reinvent the local film collective, and along with the Incubator and the Tauranga Screen Collective, we want to invest in supporting the grassroots film community of Tauranga and introducing more local opportunities for employment and upskilling. We're in a wonderful position to be telling our own stories and making them and making people feel valued in a way that we should be. The Incubator's main focus is to deliver the unrestricted access to the arts, and the overall proposal includes partnering with Tauranga City Council, the Historic Village and the Tauranga Screen Collective to provide our community with a fully community-driven film hub with the facilities to experiment and showcase new, exciting local film projects. Myself, along with the other stakeholders, including the Tauranga Film Collective, will establish a group of local filmmakers who are actively working in the industry and will be mentoring and providing education opportunities for our Tauranga youth, helping to grow this in our exciting creative industry. So I'm here today to support realistic and doable ideas and incentives where things can be achieved that affect our local people and community with the development of the arts precinct at the Historic Village. This will include multi-organisation support projects. We will build a destination for other filmmakers not only to visit, but most importantly, develop our own grassroots community before being seduced by the Hollywood promise. A person who is nurtured in the community contributes strongly to society. Kia ora.
Kia ora,
do you have any
Janine. Thank you.
questions? Yeah, sorry.
Colleagues, any questions of Janine? No? Well, that's...
No,
oh, yes, here's
Yes,
one. Councillor Robson.
Yeah, Janine,
I hope it wasn't
it's been said by some of my colleagues that I'm inclined to go where angels and clever people fear to tread. But I believe that you've offered an invitation. We've had a submission from Anton.
Mm-hmm. Which I fully support, by the way. Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
I think we need. I think one of the key things is this industry is developing really quickly, and I think that one organisation, I mean, Film Bay of Plenty is a regional film office, so that is quite separate to what I'm involved in. So there's no reason why, you know, we shouldn't all be working together, and I think we will actually achieve more if we sort of split off and, you know, I take care of the Tauranga community and the collective, and he can then focus on, you know, the bay-wide stuff, you know, but I just know that, you know, we'll be left behind if we don't sort of support our film community as well.
Question, Mayor Powell.
Hi.
Yeah, thanks, Janine. But I guess what you're saying, just to really clarify, you're saying that there is a market locally here in Tauranga for film,
yes,
as opposed to what's happening with Film Bay AP, which is the wider Bay of Plenty focus, and most particularly in Rotorua. Is that what I'm understanding you saying?
Correct.
Yeah.
And you know, to be perfectly honest, I think once the studio in Rotorua has been developed, the film office, as Anton has said, they will move over there. And where does that leave Tauranga, you know? Yeah. So the cinema that we're proposing to turn into the will be a base for the collective. We will be upskilling people. We'll be encouraging people to actually make films and tell our own stories. I mean, I've worked on those big Hollywood productions, and yes, they do provide a job. But it's a pretty soulless job, to be honest, and you're just a minion in a big Hollywood story, you know. And so we've got our own stories, and we've got some amazing writers and filmmakers and the crew. And I think I just want to kind of bring the focus back to Tauranga, because this is where, you know, the collective all started. We've got the strongest film community. You know, we've got our own stories to tell. So that's what I want to focus on, and I think this community cinema is an amazing platform to be able to have a home, a base. You know, like the Screen Collective's been around for a long time, and we don't have anywhere to go. You know, we don't have a place. So the cinema would provide that, along with so many other opportunities, as you will read in the submission. I think it's an amazing idea. It's my dream job. Yeah.
I've got a supplementary question from Councillor Robson.
Yeah, I've been checking the submission, and obviously Anton was pretty explicit about the sort of number he was looking for from Tauranga Council. What sort of funding or resourcing or assistance would you require for this sort of complementary, more Tauranga focused?
Well, our submission has really got nothing to do with Film Bay Plenty. I mean, at the end of the day, my contract is up with them. They were quite open about not having secured funding, so therefore, you know, there will be no local events, there will be no local workshops, and so that's when, you know, Simone and I got together and we were like, well, you know, let's create a plan and something for Tauranga. So what we're submitting is actually got nothing to do with what Film Bay. So I wouldn't even know how much money they're asking you for, but the cinema plan that I'm talking about is part of an overall plan for the historic village, along with a few other things. So I'm not sure what kind of monetary that will be in the
so it sits
plan.
within the incubator.
Yeah,
submission.
this sits within the incubator and the Tauranga Screen Collective, which is a group of filmmakers that meet every month. You know, we make stuff, we support stuff, we run workshops. You know, we get involved with the Silent Film Festival. I've got a group of us going to the Selwyn Ridge School at the end of the month to help them with their entry for the International Youth Silent Film Festival, which is held at Bay Court and run by Bay Court. It's an amazing little festival actually, and I really encourage you all to come along this year. We'll make sure you all get some invites. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. So that's I just wanted to make that clear that this proposal is not anything to do with Film Bay Plenty. It's quite separate, different focus altogether.
Yeah, thank you, Janine.
Okay.
We'll be making some decisions towards the back end of next week.
Okay. Yep. As I
And,
say, this is really just
yeah.
to support the arts and culture and you know how important it is.
Thank you for making that clear.
Okay.
Much appreciated.
Okay. No worries.
Thank
I'll
you.
turn that.
Michelle, are you ready now to proceed? Brilliant. So welcome back, Michelle. Welcome back, Michelle, from last week. So similar process again. 10 minutes, and Michelle's submission is on page 95, that's 95, of your first set of attachments 1 to 8, page 95. So thank you, Michelle. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, the first question is the obvious one, rates. You've heard other people talking about it. You heard me talking about it last Thursday. Even at 4.7, I haven't changed my mind. I believe there should be no increase at all. So many superannuitants, jobless, it's now up to 200,000. A lot of people that have managed to keep their jobs are on shorter hours, so therefore their pay rate is reduced as well. And as far as the commercial, well, it's a very good way to empty the city of retail, because a lot of landlords have been giving their tenants rent relief in order to keep them. The same would apply to commercial units that are rented out. The tenants can't pay it, the landlords will have to suck it. Again, business closures, empty premises. Changes to the operational budget. I strongly agree. In order to cut costs, the number of staff and their salaries should be looked into. A number of councils have reduced staff, TCC has not. Time to start this was yesterday. Stop using consultants when a lot of work should be done in-house. If TCC does not have staff capabilities in-house, then some staff are probably not competent for their jobs. These staff should go, have competent staff, and do the basics right. The only thing I agree with in the 5 questions is do not cut 45,000 from the emergency management community. That is something that needs to keep happening. Closure of our place. It's more empty than not. We could use that as a temporary car park, if not a permanent one. This would cost less than the cost of further operational expenditure going to support a failing business. As it's beside council offices and the library, make it free for those going to either. In fact, if one wants more people coming into the CB, free parking for up to 2 to 3 hours. The malls are all free. Why does one go to the CBD when they have to pay? New Year's Eve funding, keep it. The 89,000 budget to maintain hanging flower baskets, well, that seems exorbitant. Do we have 89 baskets costing $1,000 each? Or do we have 178 costing $500 each? Both of these amounts are rather high. Robbins Park. If council want to do something, do it well. The exterior of the hothouse needs a good water blast, and the interior leaves a lot to be desired. Plants in a lot of cases are not named. And just to keep it looking pretty, cyclamen and anthuriums have been bulk purchased just to give colour. Walking through a month ago, I only found one plant that I did not have in my own garden. Hardly a tropical display, in my humble opinion. Agree. Is regarding outside consultants for whatever it was. Again, that's something that could be done in-house. Why do you need outside consultants for everything? Priority 1, I don't agree to spending an extra 130,000 on that. There's already 3,250,000 budgeted to be spent on this. Unless that's 2 different things, I don't know. Or is it just put in there to maybe try and catch us out? But I noticed the wording priority 1 and then I looked back. List of capital projects. No new capital expenditure of 209 million. This must be significantly reduced. The council must learn to live within its means without borrowing to the hilt. The population has to, why doesn't the council? As far as going down the list, I do agree with property disposals, as that will put money back into council coffers. Council should restrict growth to inside the city boundary in order to save on major infrastructure expense. Carry on with what has been started with regards to stormwater and water, but check all works quotes received and maybe get other quotes. Ratepayers are sick of finding that the extra costs have risen by millions. Park developments and upgrades, that can all wait. We do not need to spend money at this point in time. Streetscaping, putting in traffic lights, except crossings over busy roads near schools. Work associated with the corridors. Anything to do with traffic management can wait. Reasons being, council appears to make serious errors of judgment for this kind of work. I have no faith in the council to get this right. Example, Greerton roundabout fiasco. I've read that council is now wanting to close Cameron Road for a start on road widening. There will be a bus lane, cycle lane and 1 car lane on each side, with no parking for businesses along the road. I call this how to kill a city in 2 easy steps. This should be thought through very carefully. With the amount of traffic, two lanes are needed both ways. And secondly, the costs related to this at this particular time. I notice that the Harrison's Cut stabilisation is budgeted for 1.8 million. The road is slumping into the drain on the right-hand side. That would appear a lot of money for not such a major job. Maybe other quotes should be obtained. Upgrading pools and swimming equipment, not a priority. Council's allocated 1.3 million for curbside rubbish collection. Ratepayers have not agreed to this, so don't proceed. Ratepayers have lost faith in council running the scheme and are wanting to stick to private enterprises. Cycle action plan. I notice council want professional services to develop scheme designs. Surely this could be done in-house. 5.8 million for this seems ridiculous, just so that NZTA can endorse and fund plan implementation. I do agree with wastewater renewal for the second digester at Chapel Street. It's a necessary core cost in order to save more significant costs in the future. Parks and recreation upgrading and renewal of buildings. Total of that, because it's split down, equals 3.256 million. That seems an awful lot of upgrading and new buildings. In short, if council wants 209 for this great list, savings need to be made everywhere possible and costings need to be scrutinised as they have a habit of overrunning. Do you have any comments on fees and charges? Oh yeah. Dog registrations. $87 per dog in Tauranga. Western Bay of Plenty 70 and Auckland 66. Why does it cost so much more in Tauranga, when Western Bay and Auckland have a far greater area to cover? Doggy pickup bags are not around, and there are no rubbish bins, especially for doggy poos. Many Auckland parks have both. There should be a senior citizens discount, as most seniors have a dog or dogs as companions. These are not likely to be running out of control, a threat to anyone and not barking all day, which is the main council call out, I am told. Seniors usually look after their dogs pretty well. In order to pay this fee, I realised if I paid it online, I'd get a surcharge. So I came down to Willow Street. When I presented a credit card, I was told there'd be a card fee applied. This isn't good enough. People paying your fees to have a surcharge applied. One can buy most anything these days, there is no surcharge. Yet council applies this when one is paying one of their own fees. Get rid of these surcharges. I would add that I was not confident in paying online, as I did not know if council would have this recorded and apply it to me, thereby sending out the correct tags. Development contributions. Now, I'm not too sure on this, but no doubt I'll be told. It would appear that TCC ratepayers have to put in the infrastructure for new subdivisions and do not get paid back until the subdivision is finished. This ruling apparently comes from central government. Presuming this is true, it seems ridiculous that ratepayers throughout the country must initially stomp up with these costs, up to the amount originally quoted. As most quotes that Tauranga receive appear to go out the window very quickly, the ratepayers end up the loser. Accurate costings plus a contingency fee should be received, and the quicker the better. Ratepayers have to fund this from debt. Possibly a deputation with other growth areas to central government should be evaluated.
Apologies, Michelle, Steve. Yeah, apologies. We've concluded the time allocated, and our next submitter is due. Do you need just 30 seconds to round off? Or are you basically complete?
I'll do it in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, various council departments appear to not be working very well. We've got Bella Vista, and two significant statements that I read, or two judgments, one being from a judge, the other from MBIE. Judge found a common theme was council not following its own process and procedures. MBIE Ministry Review stated significant failure in council's building control systems. Council management intervened in and subverted normal council processes when dealing with the development. To me, those two are pretty damning. You've heard about the other court case of building department again, 67 Pengilly Lane. Supposed to be a property that floods. Council allowed the site to be created, issued a building permit for a home to be built, subsequently signed off a code of compliance. They then purchased the home back for 1.6 mil, saying it flooded so it was not safe to live in. That to me doesn't make very much sense at all.
Thank you, Michelle, for both your submissions, and we'll be considering those over the next week, and we'll be making some decisions towards the end of next week.
And thank you very much for making me feel a bit at ease.
No, thank you. You did very well for the first time. Very well, thank you. Colleagues, our next speaker is Stephen Laslett from the organisation Be Content. That's a great name. I like that, Be Content. I like that, fantastic. Stephen's submission is on page 150 of attachment 9. So Stephen, we've got 10 minutes and you've got brilliant, you've got a USB stick. We can put that somewhere appropriate for you into the computer. And yeah, so once that's sorted out, you have 10 minutes. But if you finish a little earlier, then my colleagues may wish to ask you some questions.
Chair, there are a number of submissions on our run sheet which are attributed to page 150. Can we get that checked?
It'll be page 150. Thank you. We'll get that clarified.
Thank you.
Like an A0 page. Brilliant. Are you ready to proceed, Mr. Laslett? How are we doing? Oh, can we switch on a mic just for the recording? You can hold it. You can hold the mic. Switch on a mic. That way it's picked up by the recording. And you can still stand up. Just to be about that far away from it.
Oh, yeah, cool. Is that working? Okay, cool. I've got an idea called Community Focused Idea to Improve Land Use. So just a little bit on utilisation of land and space in Tauranga. I guess I've lived in Tauranga my entire life, which is about 22 years. And in that time I've seen, I guess, the parks and reserves and the different uses of land that you've made. So I guess within the city exists what I consider sort of unused land, and a lot of it, probably in every community within the city. And I'd term, I guess, unused land as land that the council owns, pays to maintain, and has no functional use or sits dormant, I guess. And a current liability to the council because you're paying to maintain the land, but the public is not actually getting much use out of it. Conservatively speaking, it's probably about 30 million of unused land scattered across the city. So example for the problem, I guess, looking at the council's current draft annual plan in the Memorial Park to the Strand Walkway and Cycleway. I guess the issue is don't have enough money, so you need to cut costs and reduce debt in some way. So projects like this of 200,000 for this year will potentially be on the chopping block. But what if, as an alternative, that community wanted to sell some unused land worth maybe $2+ million, that could help fund that project, and then other projects as well that you're planning on maybe putting the axe to. So my solution and proposal that I'd like to put forward to council is I'd like the council's support to identify some unused land within the Lakes community, which is the community I live in, and to ask the community what they would like to do with that unused land, and for the council to support maybe the community decision with that. And if the outcomes are favourable within the lakes or as a test sample, then the council could possibly adopt that policy or put a policy in place to use land like that for community use, or to generate funds to pay for community resources and facilities. Benefits proposal does not cost council anything, and I think in this sort of time that's pretty important, and also allows projects to proceed and generate some funding as well. Provides jobs, infrastructure, community-led idea, and the outcomes are based on community input and community need. Achieves council policies. I think it's financially smart, turning liabilities into assets, and makes the city more livable as well. And achieves central government goals of, I guess, jobs and housing and things like that. That's us. Thank you for listening, and questions?
Thank you, Stephen. Any questions? Councillor Arbery.
Did you have a block in mind that you thought could be a good trial for this sort of thing?
Oh, yeah, in the lakes I do. There's a block of land of 6,000 square metres, and that's earmarked for probably a playground and swings. If you've been out to the lakes, we've got about 20 playgrounds and swings. So my hope is that maybe we do something different with that land. The problem is funding, obviously, like money-wise. So my hope, and again, it's up to the community, I guess, but my hope is potentially of that 6,000 square metres of space that the community might want to sell a couple of sections of that, reduce it down to 5,000 square metres, and then that'd generate 600,000, selling a couple of sections to then put into the community to have something maybe a bit different, like a skate park or a BMX track, or something more substantial. Because at the moment, not that I mind too much, I've got kids that are 0, 5 and 7, so they love the playgrounds, but we've got too many slides and swings in our community, so I think something better would be good. And then got a map here as well of this little plot that I think would be choice down on the edge of Memorial Park. So if you have a look up, I can't move that. Or wait on, laser pointer. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is Memorial Park. So cruising down Devonport Road, and then you go into 7th Ave there where the rowing club is. Just here, above there, is 4 apartment blocks. So there's apartment blocks already there. This bit of land here is unused because there's a big tree on the corner right there. So you can't, you'd have to chop down the tree obviously, but it doesn't block anyone's view, or no one's going to complain if you chucked a 4-storey apartment block right there on that corner. And then you can still have your circus and stuff like that, like plenty of space there for that. But my argument is, what can you not do there? Like if you potentially did something there, that's just grass, that you can't do 50 metres away. Oh no, I've lost it. Well, 50 metres away on the grass, next to it. So I see that as unused land. It's just there. The council owns it, they maintain it, they pay for it, but it sits as a liability. So, but it'd be great for and that sort of thing. So I know it sits as part of your open space policy, but that open space policy is old and it's out of date and it needs to be updated. Because the idea of open space policy is to get people more active. But that piece of land that I'm saying that you should turn into an apartment block doesn't change people's activity at all. Like it's not going to, oh no, now we're stuffed, we can't do our physical activity. because you've put an apartment block there. It changes nothing. It changes absolutely nothing. And then you've got your walkway that you've funded, which is right next to it. So what I'm saying is, what if this community as a whole says, we want to sell that bit of land to fund the stuff that you're thinking of cutting out, then surely you'd say, well, yeah, it's your land essentially, and you're going to take 1,500 square metres of space, and essentially, if you build that boardwalk, you're going to replace it, aren't you? In the same community, you're going to have 1,500 metres of boardwalk. So in terms of your open space strategy and policy and that sort of thing, you lose nothing, but you fund it. So, yeah.
Sim, do you have any further slides, or you?
No.
No. Okay, so Councillor Baldock's got a question.
Thanks, Stephen. I love your enthusiasm and your comment that no one will complain.
Yeah. As soon as I said that, I thought, nah, someone will complain. But yeah.
This is the right room for an argument, or a complaint. Can you just go back to the lakes one? I'm really fascinated where that 6,000 square metre block is.
Yeah. Up on Kennedy Ridge, where the classic building is doing their subdivision at the moment.
Yep.
They have put together a plot of land, and they've done theirs in 3 sections. So instead of allocating 2,000 square metres 3 times, they've sort of, well, not cheated, but stretched the rules a little bit, and they've merged those 3 areas into a 6,000 square metre plot that sits on its own, and that'll be a reserve, and I assume in like a year or two, a slide and a swing will sit in there as well.
We'll have a look. Thank you, Stephen. So we'll be considering your submission and making some decisions towards the back end of next week, and then some final decisions by the end of the month, and then we'll let you know how we get on. But thank you for preparing the submission.
Yes, thank you for the time.
Our next...
Yeah, I'll be keen that get this developed as well.
Our next submitter is Leanne Pepperell, and her submission is on page 50 of your agenda, page 50.
Oh, I see. Yeah, sure.
Welcome, Leanne.
Hi. Sorry, it's a bit chaotic.
No, you're all right, you're all right. Nice. So the process being, Leanne, you've got 10 minutes to use as you see fit.
Yep.
But if you do finish a little earlier, then there might be some questions from my colleagues.
Okay, cool.
Over to you.
Okay. Apologies if there's any interruptions. Kia ora tātou. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my views here today. My name is Leanne Pepperell. I'm 36 years old. I am a registered nurse, ambulance officer, a student nurse educator, a master's student. I own 2 homes, and I'm a mother, as you can tell. I feel the need to tell you this about myself because I feel that there's a stigma that the younger generation, although I'm technically not that young anymore, we don't contribute enough to societies. We don't pay rates, and so our opinions aren't taken as seriously as other members of the community. Now, if this is not your view, then I want to thank you for being open and, open-minded and inclusive. But alas, there is a generalised feeling that, that's how it is among us younger generations. Society appears to run on fear at the moment, and I actually believe that many councillors here today operate with fear as a driving factor. It feels like you're fearful of stepping out of your comfort zone, fearful of spending money, fearful of judgment from your loyal, regular voters. And in turn, you're fearful of not being re-elected and therefore losing your jobs. So I ask you to please push aside that fear and bring about a positive change to this city. The definition of a CBD, taken both from the Oxford and the Cambridge dictionaries, is the heart of an urban area, usually located at the meeting point of the city's transport systems, containing a high percentage of shops and offices, the main part of a city where most of its offices and stores are. We use the term CBD for Tauranga Central City, But should we? Downtown. It's a term primarily used to refer to a city's commercial, cultural, and often historical, political, and geographic heart. Can we say this is downtown Tauranga? I don't really think we can. There are empty shops, limited major businesses, zero culture, limited events. We might meet the transport hub definition at a stretch, and there is a political place, but I think that's all we can say. There's no draw card to bring people to the central city. People want vibrancy, events, place to gather together with family and friends, communal areas where people can share their passions and love for entertainment and crafts. There is one place that currently offers this, and this is our place. By voting to remove it, you are literally killing the last piece of regular entertainment and culture in the central city. Why are you not investing in bringing people back into the city? If you want to remove our place to put in a new, vibrant central space, then great. But please do not make it like the Eat Street attempt. Cheaply done, poor planning, not followed the wishes of the communities that would use it, and as a result, it's just been a waste of money. We, the younger generation, have been craving a city with soul since we were in our early 20s. But all we hear about is the inability to gain a park outside the shop that we want to go into, or the cost of rates and the hanging baskets and the uproar that would be cancelling. Of note, the median age in Tauranga in the 2018 census was 40.2 years. So I'm here to tell you all today that we don't mind about rates increases. It's 44 cents per week, which equates to $22.88 a year, the same cost as a lunch. We're happy to pay for nice things. We know that things come at a cost. We know that we have to walk to the shops, and we know that it's 2020 and not 1920. And we know that things will never be the same as they once were or as cheap as they are today. Remember that house some of you may have bought 20 years ago for a mere morsel? But you thought it was really expensive? Try buying that house again today. I can guarantee you that it will be far more expensive and more out of reach today than it was back then. Please, please, please stop living in the past and move forward before you get so far behind that you cannot recover. In regards to your plans surrounding infrastructure for transport, I understand that there is a push from a central government to increase public transport measures and reduce the number of cars on the road. But let's just take a quick look at some figures from the 2018 census. These figures are how people travel in our city to reach work destinations, and they are in order of highest to lowest. Drive a private car, truck or van, 61.4%. Work at home, 14.1%, although I'm sure that's changed recently. Drive a company car, truck or van, 13.1%. Is a passenger in a car, truck, van or company bus, 4.1%. Walk or jog, 3.3%. Bicycle, 1.7%. Other, 1.2%. Public bus, 1.1%. And for travelling for education, the public bus also comes in at second to last place with just 3.2% of the in-education population choosing this mode of transport, with bicycle use at 5.5% and walking or jogging at 15.8%. There needs to be a significant rethink around public transport in the city. We're a vast area spread out across the region with congestion on highways and main roads. The population will not decrease. We are a destination city. We're lucky to live in the beautiful place that Tauranga is. With that comes migration and tourists. So a plan needs to be made for the future, and it needs to be made now. We are always chasing our tail in this city, so embrace the busyness. Stop trying to keep people away. They support local business, small business, and they stimulate the economy. We need to bring this city back to life. Just last year, a conference of up to 500 people was taken to Rotorua because we didn't have a conference centre big enough and close enough to accommodate them. Private buses were discussed but declined due to the traffic woes. Those 500 people would have hired the venue, paid for accommodation, eaten at restaurants, bought lunch, seen a show at the local theatre. We gave that money to Rotorua, just like we do with our cruise tourists when they come to visit. So I just want to say, come on, guys, start thinking about the bigger picture. Get out of your safe bubbles and grow a pair. Make our city what we need it to be. Thank you for listening. Ngā mihi nui. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Leanne. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Baldock.
Look, I realise, Mr Chairman, I'm breaking the rules, but a submission that
Don't
good...
ask for forgiveness first.
A submission that good deserves a comment. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Arbery.
I was just going to ask if you want to write my council speeches for me.
Any further comments or questions, colleagues, on this submission? No? Look, thank you, Leanne.
Thanks.
And that was very, very clear.
Thank you.
We'll be considering your submission and making some decisions towards the end of next week.
Cool. Please
And,
do.
yeah, we definitely will. And then we'll let you know how we get on.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to speak into the microphone, young man?
You don't have to whisper anymore.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you. Our next submitter, colleagues, is Robin Malloy. Robin, are you happy starting 9 minutes early? You can handle it? That's fantastic. Hey, welcome back to the chamber.
You know why.
Oh no, you bring a ray of sunshine every time you come
Oh
in.
yeah, just so I'd quite like the rates to go up a little bit, but not too much.
Okay.
And I must say how I appreciated Leanne's presentation, truly to be commended. So thank you, Mr Mayor, City Councillors, Tauranga City Council staff, and any members of the public that are here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. With regard to our place, I thought it was a great initiative and a fun place to be. I love to go there at lunchtime and on a Sunday. And I understand you've already given them quite a lot of assistance already. So I really don't feel we've had enough patronage to make it a continuing viable proposition. And maybe it's time to sell off the containers and make a temporary car park. So I've already said the rates. I have said I'd like them to go up a little bit. Will probably mean less coffees, but more opportunities to develop our city. The main reason why I'm here today, as I'm sure most of you know, is my old chestnut of the proposed cycle walkway from the Strand to Memorial Park. Unfortunately, I'm not terribly well prepared this time. The time frame from submitting on the plan to presentation was only 2 working days, and I've had a very busy weekend, so apologies, it's a little bit homespun. This has been a journey going back at least 12 years, and please bear in mind that we are speaking about a cycleway walkway which is only 800 metres in length. That's probably from here to Brown or Mission Street, so we're not talking about a big walkway or any significant length. I've dug out my previous presentation and a selection of the positive responses we received from the press. So I've copied them off for you, and hopefully you'll get time to read them. Just a little bit of history. In 2008-2009, resource consent was granted in conjunction with the pipeline, but local residents appealed and the council withdrew. In June 2015, the council agreed to have another look at the walkway, and $30,000 was allocated for further consultation. The walkway joined the projects for downtown. In November 15, the council withdrew the funding, so they withdrew their proposed $30,000 for further consultation, and the mayor at the time was supported by a couple of elected members. In November 2015, the council voted 7-4 to include the walkway in the 2015 to 2025 CBD budget. So it's had a checkered career. Last time I was here, June 2017, the council votes again to include it in the 2017-2018 annual plan. I believe it is now in the 2018 2028 annual plan, and so it goes on. I support the walkway with heart and soul, but have to agree that this year is not the year to spend another $200,000 on another investigation. I would, however, urge you to read my previous submission, and I've brought copies with me, and if you're not able to plough through the Xeroxed information, I do urge you to read the feasibility studies that have already been done. And these are attached, and they were done some years ago, but I believe they would still be relevant. So there's the Strand to Memorial Park Walkway Beach Restoration feasibility study. There's the Memorial Park to the Strand Walkway Bird Report, that was done in July 2007. There's the Tauranga Southern Pipeline Memorial Park Strand Walkway, and that is the assessment on the effects of the environment, which would only be an improvement. Coming to terms with these documents will show you there were once sandy beaches where now we have muddy silt, caused in part by boat ramps and boat sheds, which impede the natural tidal flow. They deal with the residents' real concerns with regard to the loss of their riparian rights and how this is to be mitigated by ensuring ready access to boat sheds and boat ramps. Funding is always an issue, and I believe this short walkway would be eligible for funding application from Central Government, Bay of Plenty Regional Council and NZTA. I have to say that this COVID year has been unprecedented, so please don't throw money at the walkway yet, but I urge you to keep the walkway on the radar in the annual plan or the 10-year plan for the next or the following years. Tauranga is going into hibernation, but let's be ready to put the jewel in the crown when the city comes back to life in 2 to 3 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Any questions? Councillor Avery.
Can you comment a bit more about the riparian rights? As I
Yeah,
understood it, that was a
I had a limited time frame, but these reports are available online, and so I've given you a copy of the front pages. But as I understand it, it's allowable if you don't prevent egress to and from their property. And the concept drawings, anyway, of the walkway have nice little beaches. They've got the boat ramp still in place and access to the boat sheds. So in view of the big storm last year, when we had the high tides and the moon and the storm, to me, they're going to be getting a free stop bank, really, that's going to protect their properties in the future, because that will be one of the first of many such incidents we have in the future. So I forgot to put that in there, but it's something to take note of, but it can only be to their benefit to have some sort of barrier between the sea storms and their property.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. For clarity, folks, Robin's submission is on page 1127 of your agenda, 1127. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
We'll be deliberating next week.
Yep.
And then make a decision by the end of the month. But thank you for speaking to us again.
And if I might leave these here.
Oh, yes, please, even better. Thank you.
So there should be one.
Colleagues, our next submitter is scheduled for 10 to 1 this afternoon, has not arrived yet. So what I propose we do is we adjourn the meeting till 10 to 1, perhaps make an early start on lunch. Our lunch break is then scheduled until 1:30, so if our submitter arrives, then I will call you back into the chamber at 10 to 1. I'll be yelling at you while I'm defrosting the fridge in the council's lounge. submitted. Norm Ware. Welcome, Norm. Who's next? No, who's Joanne? Oh, actually, my apologies, Norm. We've had a submitter from the last session arrive. Would you mind waiting 10 minutes? Is that okay? So we can have the previous submitter. Is that all right with you? Oh, you're very gracious. Thank you. Thank you very much. Joanne Bruce, thank you. Thank you for coming. Joanne's submission is on page 1936 of your agenda, colleagues. Joanne, so the way it works, we've got 10 minutes, and if you finish a little early, then my colleagues may have some questions for you. But otherwise, the time is yours to use as you wish. Thank you. And if you press the button in the middle there, brilliant, thank you.
Lovely. Hi, I'm Joanne Bruce. I have a bit of background is I used to holiday in Tauranga back in the day with Grandad when it was known, I guess, as $10 Tauranga and a place where old people would come to retire. I went overseas for quite a number of years and lived in some big cities and then came back about 3 years ago. So Tauranga was a place that I wanted to come back to, and the draw card, I guess, for me was I believed that it wasn't $10 Tauranga anymore, and it wasn't just for people to retire, and I could come and afford to buy a house and live in a great place with great weather that was in Auckland. So I was drawn back. I'm a child psychotherapist, and I saw an opportunity to start a business. And I liked the idea that Tauranga had quite a number of resources and an infrastructure that would be able to support that. So I quite liked hearing that there was plans for building and intensification of the inner city. And I was looking actually for apartments because I just come from Melbourne and I thought, oh, I'd love to live in town. And I couldn't find an apartment that I could afford in town that was sort of less than $1.5 million, and I didn't come home with that kind of money. But I liked that there were plans for cycleways and walkways. I'm particularly interested in the one from the Memorial Park plan, and I was very excited about the farmers' development. A few things, I guess, that I think are really important that I would like to express is that I think rates necessarily do need to increase to support good development and good long-term vision, and being able to have a place where you can support families and business. And I guess maybe people in business like myself are a bit time poor and don't have the opportunity all the time to express their views often enough. So I'm one of those views of less cars, more cycleways, more access to the city. I think we should be promoting what this geographical area offers, in that this is a lot of flat land, and compared to Auckland or Wellington, this is prime real estate for cycleways and walkways, and I think the COVID lockdown proved that when there are less cars, there are more walkers and more cyclists, where you feel safe and you enjoy being part of your community. So I guess from a mental health point of view, I think when there's connection to community and a sense of well-being, like exercise, I think you've got a healthier city and a healthier community. So I guess I'm kind of looking for a city that is going to not only support and encourage people to come here, but to keep businesses and people like myself here in the city, where we're investing and putting money and growth into the city, into the area. Yeah, I think actually that was my 3 minutes and 47-second summary.
Very articulate. So, you happy to receive any questions if there are any? Yep. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Robson?
Yeah, look, thank you. There's obviously rates
are an issue for everybody all the time in terms of, is the number right, should it be higher or should it be lower? You speak of business opportunity, and clearly business is something you understand. One of the discussions and one of the key issues at the moment is rebalancing the revenue taken from our community so it's more in line with those other cities in New Zealand that you talk about. In this city, traditionally the residential ratepayer picked up about 80% of the bill, and the other metros have been in the order of 65% of the bill. Do you think rebalancing, which if you did it just by increasing commercial rates, would give us another $50 million a year, which would provide the cycleways, the stadia, and all the other things that a lot of people want? Do you think that's the right approach, or do you have a different view?
What are the other options?
Sorry?
What are the other options?
The other option are to stay with where we are, I suppose, and keep running a different balance to revenue compared to other cities, or go even further, increase the rates even further on residential property owners, and keep the rates to the commercial sector much, much, much lower than other cities. So I just wondered if you had a view on that.
I think as a ratepayer, I think if you offer what you get for your money, clearly, I think ratepayers are prepared to spend, you know, a cup of coffee a week extra, and I guess that's sort of what you're talking about, that the increase isn't huge, but across the board it's still an increase, and if you're looking at long-term vision, I think that it's necessary to increase rates for that kind of outcome. And if a ratepayers are clearly aware of what they're getting for their money, I think they would agree, as I do, because I think that you want a really enjoyable city that has good access and good mental health and good sense of community. And I really noticed that during COVID. You know, the lockdown was really interesting, and people were out, you know, and you'd see your sort of usual people at the park, and people were cycling and walking because there weren't the number of cars, and it was very enjoyable. And to be able to have less cars and more cycleways and walkways, I think would, and if it costs a cup of coffee a week, I would be really happy for that, absolutely. I guess it's how you sell it.
Thank you, Joanne. And thank you for coming in and waiting for us while we concluded our lunch break. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. We'll be deliberating next week and making a decision later in the month. Our next submitter, thank you for giving way, Mr. Ware, Norm Ware. And Eleanor, how are you? Welcome. Welcome. So their submission is on attachment 9, page 447. We've got 10 minutes allocated. You can use those 10 minutes as you see fit, but if you finish a little earlier, they might have some questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yeah. We would just like a wee bit of clarification on two probably pretty brief issues. Oh, thank you. We would just seek a wee bit of clarification on one or two matters, so we'll be fairly brief. It's pretty well summed up in the objection that we put in. As referred to in our submission, we view the residential rates increase percentage range of minus 7.2 to 14.2 as being grossly unfair and inequitable. Oh, thank you. Could we have a brief explanation as to why council see this increased scale range of 21.4% as being fair and just? In a post-COVID climate, that a disparity of this magnitude we feel is just wrong. That's the first issue if we could get some thoughts on. Do council consider that a fair and equitable increase?
So in terms of how the submissions process works, I'm happy to indulge, but essentially we're here to hear from you and your opinions, and we can ask questions or clarifications to find out some more information. But in terms of answering particular questions, what council's view is in the draft budget. Now, after hearing from you and from other submitters, council might adopt a different view. But in terms of what the council as a whole, what their view is, that is what council has decided for consultation. So after listening to your submission and other submissions, council may modify its view.
Okay.
So at present, that is something that council deems to be the correct approach. But it may change depending on after listening to yourselves.
Okay, so up to this stage, this is what they've considered a fair and reasonable increase?
That's what council's decided, yes.
Okay, yep. Oh, well, we'll just have a look at... Oh, the second one is quite minor. We'll come back to the first one. In this full-page ad of Have You Say, it was on the revised plan, common sense suggested to us that the proposed new rates percentage figure should have been an obvious inclusion in that full-page ad. When we talk about consultation, what would the reason be for admitting that rates percentage rise figure in the ad? A significant number of seniors do not have access to internet. I mean, the paper media would be pretty desirable as far as the older generation's concerned. Yeah, and Wife's just saying we've spoken to several who are not aware of the increase. I mean, it's online, sure, but there's a lot in our age group don't actually sit in front of computers.
So, but from your perspective, would a table of different property values and different percentage increases have been useful?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it should have been in there. It's a basic fact. There's just no excuse.
Thank you. Point taken.
Okay. But coming back to this increase of 21%, I mean, if central government did that, the country would be up in arms. 22.4%? Come on. It is just not fair. And the other thing is, I mean, people in our age will be rated out of their properties. I mean, you've spent 50 years getting there to end up having to sell it to pay the rates. I know I've looked at the rebate system. There's a $600 approximately threshold for rebate, but you've got to be in a lower income bracket to qualify. So there's got to be some fairness somewhere. I don't think there's much more. That point's pretty clear, isn't it? I haven't confused anybody, have I?
No. So I think we'll just see whether the submitter's finished his points, but there is a question from have you finished the main points of your submission?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Would you mind taking some questions from my colleagues?
Definitely.
Okay, Councillor Robson has a question.
Yeah, look, thanks, Norm, for the submission. Appreciate that. You've made the reference to the remark about people being rated out of their houses effectively, which is a cash flow issue that a lot of people have, that they've found themselves in a situation where they have a property of a certain value, but not the income to pay the rates that some people would like to apply to that property value. What's your view of deferment? So a situation where people are able to defer a rates bill until they no longer need the property, because that avoids the situation that you've expressed concern about. No one loses their home or no one has to leave their home if there's a proper deferment policy. Does that make sense to you, or
a Heartland loan sort of thing? Yeah.
But without the Heartland Bank's
interest
rates, with due deference to anyone working for Heartland or any other bank for that matter.
But you're still not getting that money, are you?
The rates money coming.
You're not getting that rates money coming in if it's deferred.
It will come in eventually, though.
Yeah, but in the meantime, you can't use that money.
That's right.
I suppose the idea of deferral is the council may have more ability to handle cash flow issues
Yes.
than private individuals. We have bigger balance sheets, we have access to funding at much lower cost. So rather than someone having to borrow money to pay their rates from a usurious Australian-owned bank, the local council could do a much better deal in effect. But it's just the principle of whether that helps, because there is a concern that's frequently mentioned by certain group.
You're really only transferring it to the next generation, aren't you? That's basically all. It's just a delay tactic, isn't it? It's not really solving the problem.
It means you
It's
get
a good
to keep
thought.
home. Yeah. Okay. No, thank you.
Yeah, it's got merit, but I don't think it's the answer. The answer's a fair decision here.
Any additional questions, colleagues, for the submitters? No, there being none, thank you very much for submitting. What we'll do now is we'll deliberate and make some decisions towards the end of next week, with a final decision by the end of the month, hopefully. And then we'll let you know what the plan is.
Thank you.
But thank you for your submission, it will be considered.
Just one thought, the 10's up, sorry, was other local bodies have adopted a plan where they've transferred from fixed to rates percentage. Is that, have I got that right? Like Hamilton and one or two others? They've altered their structure as to how the, I mean, is that necessarily Tauranga have to follow that? There's no written...
It's a philosophical question, yeah. So in terms of, I think Hamilton have been, well, they've changed from land value to capital value over recent years. Other cities, in terms of the differential between commercial and residential, are reducing the commercial differential, but of course it's quite high compared to Tauranga. In terms of the uniform annual general charge, we are one of the few cities which maximise it. So it's always been up there at that 30-odd%. So yeah.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for submitting, and we will deliberate and respond back to you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, our next submitters have not arrived in the building yet, and so we will adjourn until they arrive. So if you can stay within the precinct, I'll give you a shout out when our next submitter is due. Hello, Sue. How are you? That kind of rhymes. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Well, welcome over to Tauranga, coming over from the Mount. So the way we kind of roll over here, we've got 10 minutes for you to use as you see fit to give us our instructions or to ideas. The other thing after that is if you finish before the 10 minutes, there may be some questions from my colleagues on the points that you raise. Otherwise, no, it's over to you, Sue. This is your time. No, you're right. Your tin? Uh-oh, what's in the tin? Sue is one of our community assets over at the Mount. She does a tremendous job cleaning up other people's rubbish and also handing out, I don't want to steal your thunder if you're going to raise it in your submission point, you will, but handing out those Eclipse mints tins to people who are smokers to put their butts in there rather than chuck them on the footpath. So she's a real community gem. Yeah, over to you, Sue. Yeah, no, it's on. The speaker's on. So if you just pull it towards you, we're ready to roll.
Kia ora koutou, my name's Susan Hodkinson. I've lived at the Mount since 1958. I've talked to a lot of you before. I don't think you listen to me, but I've got the time to talk to you, so here goes. I feel very privileged to have grown up at Mount Maunganui. But I'm feeling very sad that it's disrespected. And by disrespect, I mean it's filthy. I did another go on Tuesday up across the road from KFC. I don't know who's in charge of that planting, but it's between two roundabouts and it has a railway line and it's opposite KFC. And the first time I went in there was just by mistake. I was coming back from getting 2 new tyres and I was walking back while the tyres were being fixed and I just happened to see KFC on the roundabout at the end of Golf Road. So I walked across where pedestrians walked and had a look in, and then it was all on for me. I picked up about 14 bags, and that's rubbish bags the size of New World bags, of vodka bottles. It was so heavy I couldn't carry it. The rubbish men give me their plastic transparent bags that they put into the rubbish tin, and they've been doing that for me for years. So I went and got one, and I dumped it all in there, and then I left it there, and I came back from a party, and I heaved it all into my car, and then I couldn't drag it because it would break. So then I heaved it next to the rubbish tin, and the rubbish guys and I heaved it into the rubbish truck the next day. So I went over and finished that. During COVID-4, I cleaned the cavity under the underpass because I can't get anyone to do it. And there lies my petition, my submission. I don't know who does stuff. Nobody does. I was talking to a woman from Te Puna today about all the cleaning they do at Te Puna. I don't know whether it's inter-group. I don't know whether it's railways. I don't know whether it's land transport. I don't know whether it's council. There's just so many people doing so many little bits. I don't know, and nobody knows, and I would like a publication. Coromandel has a publication. It tells you exactly what to do. It tells you exactly when to put out your... I found one of these today. I didn't know you had a new one. I've been waiting for one in the paper. There's so many waste people, so many waste trucks today. By 8 o'clock this morning, I'd picked up rubbish from recycle bins the whole length of Clyde Street because it had rained and they'd all fallen over and the trucks went through and they didn't pick up the stuff that was on the ground. I did, by 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm 70, I can't do this forever. I've been doing it for 40 years now. Every day I do from Bain Street, where I live, to the end to Concord Avenue. Every single day. I can't do the coming back into the Mount Way because it's all yellow lines. But I can park my car on grass verges and pick up on my way to the gym and on my way back. It's a full-time job. I've got a website which I don't use very much, but I do have a Facebook page called No Butts, No Cuts Mount Maunganui, which I told you about last year. But I want a publication. But my major beef, apart from Rubbish Day being one of the worst days of the week, because everything escapes, is Bay Dreams. Why the hell do you guys allow your parks and reserves or bay venues, whoever it is, to do huge, great, big things, big festivals? I don't mind the festival, but I want someone to clean up the rubbish around my community. They preload. I do 7 hours for 3 days around Blake Park, which is now in a liquor-free area. No liquor in Blake Park. Bullshit. Sorry, but that's exactly what it is. 7 hours picking up other people's bottles so buses and cars won't run over them. Same thing was cricket, but cricket improved. I went to see cricket after the Indian match, the first Indian match they had, the world one, because the Indian people, and this is not being racist, this is evidence, had picnics all through Blake Park, Hiawatha Park, in front of the hockey, and then got up and left them. It just left it. The next morning was going to be a big, one of our weather events. I cleaned it all up, 5:30 in the morning. It's not good enough. If you're going to have a big event, you have to have people cleaning it. Parks and Reserves told me that their guys were on holiday during Bay Dreams. Bay Dreams might clean up the stadium beautifully, but the whole city is a victim of rubbish from Bay Dreams. People sleep out at the swimming pool at the Mount. People sleep out in Blake Park. People sleep out on verges. I don't know what the railway does, but they must have to clean up a lot of stuff as well. So please, can you have Bay Dreams give their millions to cleaning up the city? Another thing I'd like to talk about is I'd like bins. I don't know whose responsibility it is from Central Parade out. There is no public bin except in the soccer fields from Central Parade to Te Puke. People walk. The whole Mount now is mixed activity, residential car park. There are no bins. And don't tell me that bins stop people from littering. I'm an expert at picking up other people's rubbish. I got nominated for the New Zealander of the Year 2019. I'm an expert at that. I know that other people litter. And when I was in London last year, and I went right around the UK, London was clean because they're trying to look after the bees. The one city that wasn't clean was York, because they've done what Tauranga did and take away bins. It was filthy. I talked to the rubbish guys. I'd like city clean-up days. I want us to change the culture. You guys have to lead it. Because when I was a kid, Ray Nathu, he would clean up in front of his shop. Nino's Hardware, they'd clean up in front of their shop. The jeweller would clean up in front of their shop. People who had motels, hotels, and residences would clean up in front of their house. It was their front of house. Now people don't care about the footpath, the boom, and the gutter. It's not good enough. I am sick of getting punches on the cycleway. And so are most of the Mount Primary School people. It's not good enough. Other people's litter is a worldwide problem. And people who are contracted to mow grass very seldom pick up the grass clippings, and grass clippings cause algal bloom. It's not good enough. The other thing I'd like is a commitment to the Te Aki Promise. I haven't seen Tauranga do anything about that. This is Te Aki Promise. Every visitor is meant to be, comes into the country is meant to be swearing to this. The backpackers across the road say they do, but they don't. But I think it should be for everybody. Everybody in New Zealand, I'll leave that with you. And these things, why don't you be the first council in the whole world to have an alliance, a business alliance with Wrigley's? These are brilliant. And they smell nice. And if you want to kiss your girlfriend, you just pop a mint. You put your butt in there, you put your silver paper in there, you can put your cellophane in there, and you can put the lid on. And you can stick it in your undies if you wanted to. They are brilliant. That's the big one. That's the little one. Would you like to pass it around, Temby? There's mints in that.
Very kind. When we pass it around, are we giving it back to you?
No, you guys can keep that. I want you guys to have a business contract with Wrigley's. Wrigley's have the tins empty, you guys get the world acclaim. I think it's not stupid. I'm not a business person, but I think it would work. I'd like pride in the city. We've got to have pride in the city. And most of all, from Bay Dreams as number one, I want people to clean up. It is disgusting. All around Blake Park. But next thing, I want you to do some weekly recycling in Papamoa, Steve, Dawn, at Mount Maunganui. Last year, we had Recycle and Glass Recycle Day before Christmas. There wasn't another one for 2 weeks. In that time, we had all Christmas, we had all New Year, and we had Bay Dreams. Those little blue bins were full to overflowing. I knocked on lots of doors in Tay Street to say to people, no one's going to pick up your empties. You can only have glass. You can't have all that. And they would say, we're Airbnb-ing, and the first people have filled the bin. The second people didn't have a bin. The third people didn't have a bin. And when I went back and talked to the owners, no one knew they could buy another bin off you. But it just was too long in the summertime to have our recycling every second week. It was too long. And Coromandel does it. Coromandel has special recycling weeks in the summer. Coromandel has a book. I couldn't get my hand in it. I think I gave it to one of you two. Did I give it to you? What? One of you two, I gave you a book about Coromandel, and everything in it says all about recycling. Don't only ones and twos, and we're not going to pick up your bin if we have anything else in it. Glass recycle, only glass not broken. Pizza. If you've got cheese on your pizza boxes, we won't pick them up, and then they don't. You know, we've got to we have to start telling everybody, A, when the grass berms are going to be cut. B, which contractor does what. 3, we need to get real about recycling. 4, we need to get real about roadside litter. It goes down the stormwater drain as well as grass, and it ends up on the beach.
Thank you, Sue. I'm appreciative of your submission, and I will find out who is responsible for the underpass, whether it's Tauranga City Council or NZTA, and I'll report back to you.
And the berm along the whole Maunganui Road, there's a big bag of rubbish there at the moment.
Yeah, sure. Quick question, Mayor Powell.
Sue, hi. Nice
Hello.
to see you. You recall we walked the mount
Yeah,
once
you
and
weren't interested in litter.
I was very interested in it. You wouldn't let me pick any up. You had a bag and one of those nippers, and I wasn't allowed to do anything.
I didn't. The men had that. I stuck it in my bra.
You did. I beg your pardon. Can
And
I just
you
check?
told me you weren't interested in litter.
Who did?
You did.
I did not tell you I was
You told me that people in Tauranga wouldn't vote for... only about 13% of people were interested in litter. Yeah.
Well, that might have been true. I didn't say I wasn't interested in it.
And that meant that you weren't interested in standing on litter.
Oh, what a load of nonsense.
So I didn't vote
anyway,
for you.
Sue, my question is this. Have we taken away bins? have we reduced the number of bins? I think you mentioned that we'd reduced bins.
No, they had taken away bins, not your mayoralty, but I can remember when they took away bins. We need more bins, Tembi.
So let me rephrase the question. Do we have less bins now than we once had?
No.
Okay.
But we
need
don't
more.
have big enough bins
Okay,
either.
Thank you, Sue. We'll be considering your submission and the others and making a decision towards the end of next week. But thank you for making the journey over. Much
And sorry
appreciated.
about the typos. I'm growing cataracts and I don't see
well done.
very well.
Our next submitter, colleagues, is Debs Turner.
You don't want to take another
Debs?
round? I don't need them.
Yep, come on up.
The homeless love them.
Thank you for also making the journey over from Papamoa, Debs.
Oh yeah, it's okay.
So the next 10 minutes is yours to speak to us as you see fit, but
Yep.
if you finish a little earlier, then there may be some questions.
Oh yeah, there probably will be.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Debs Turner. I have lived in Tauranga most of my life. I love living here with our amazing beaches and parks. I'm here because I care about our city, I care about the people. And about the people, my talk today is how many of you believe in the power of positive thinking? It's been 6 years since I last stood up here and spoke about our bus service and still giving talks, but not giving up, believing one day we will have the amazing bus service Tauranga deserves. I started doing the jigsaw puzzle, 1,000 pieces, and every time I went to do it, I thought, oh man, I can't do this. And then I eventually finished on Friday night. With the power of positive thinking, I got it done. I voted against the hanging baskets in town because they're old and out of date. I did not know they were still there until the annual plan. By replacing them with children's artwork would be amazing, making children proud to come into town and see their artwork. How many of you have children or grandchildren and would be proud to come and see their artwork? Having hearts around this town, artwork done by adults, and having more street entertainment like clowns, buskers, live music. We have so much talent here in Tauranga that it's being wasted, and so much talent that people don't even realise they have it. We have a lot of clubs here that we don't even know about. And free demos. It would be encouraging people to join a lot of clubs. A lot of our bus stops are out of date and not safe to use. Most of our cities in New Zealand have warm and safe bus stops. In Christchurch, the main bus stop is under shelter, with a CAF, toilets and information centre giving advice on where to catch a bus and having no roads to cross. Hamilton has amazing bus service. Bus stop, the mall, there is a part just for buses and they have barriers and bus shelters so people don't have to worry about crossing the road. If you're trying, only buses can use it. Our bus stops are dangerous because if you're trying to connect with another bus and time is against you and you need to pay another bus fare because you have missed your connecting bus. A few times I have rushed across the road in front of a car. It is not good. It's happened a few times. Maybe in my line, no. And been so close to being hit. It's not funny. Before New Zealand Bus took over, the bus driver could radio ahead the bus driver and they would wait, depending on how close the bus was. We need better interchange bus stops, one with a park and ride, so people can get the bus, don't have to travel into town. Interchange one with a park and ride, so people don't have to travel into town, which would save a lot of time, and one with a waiting room, so drivers could have a break and use the toilet and have a hot drink. Welcome Bay could do with one, so people near Welcome Bay would not have to go into town first. They could go to Bayfair They could connect to the Polytech, they could connect to the lakes, or even other parts of Taonga without having to worry about wasting time travelling into town. The city first, saving a lot of time. We need more bus shelters to keep people warm and dry, like the one the mount has no seat and not much shelter. Same as Te Puke. They have a bus shelter over the road, but the bus where you have to wait is no seat and no shelter, so with sweat and cold. How many of you would like to sit in the cold and rain? What about turning the old information centre into a waiting room by having some volunteers to keep the costs down? Down, where people can have a drink, read a book and keep warm while waiting for a bus. The bus stop down the mountain needs to be looked at urgently before a bus hits a parked car. By having cars parked on either side of the road makes it very hard for a bus driver to get past. On Friday, you should have seen the look on the kid's face when the bus driver tried to drive out onto the main road. They were sure the bus was going to hit the car. It's a simple fix though, that one. Taonga could really do with a community centre, a place for people to meet and learn new skills, life skills, encourage and support each other. There is a lot of people in Taonga with nowhere to go, no purpose in life. We have so many talented people around wasting their lives that could help. A lot of clubs in there could join in with our community centre, giving people. It's easier for people to travel to. It'd be a lot easier if we had all the clubs in one centre. Last year I did a course at Polytech at Windermere, and I did my level 3, and that was like we'd start our own business. And so we started a community group, so we had all the community groups at the Polytech, and we made it aware that what help there was out there for the students, like that they could go to, and maybe they could help in at the community centre as well. We started with a budget of $0, which was good, and we raised heaps of money. A lot of our roads are dangerous to cross. The worst is the roundabouts. I had a few misses trying to cross the road at roundabouts. How many of you believe? Oh yeah. So yeah, our roundabouts are so dangerous. You can't. By the time you get halfway across the road, the cars come in and just about hit you. They need looking at. Okay. How many of you believe we can turn Taonga into the best city in New Zealand, encouraging people from all over New Zealand wanting to visit, and other cities from the world? One of my favourite sayings is, united we stand, divided we fall. By turning it into a unique city with children's artwork, arts, adult artwork, having a family days with live music, buskers, clowns, we have some amazing talent. Why not make it into a city to be proud of? A city full of love, a city full of hearts, a city full of positive people, a city full of positive sayings, a city full of joy, a city full of understanding. And that's the end of my talk.
Thank you, Debs.
Yeah.
Any questions, colleagues,
Probably.
on Deb's submission? Councillor Arbery.
Yeah, sorry, Deb's a bit of a personal question. So you mainly use the bus to get around?
Yeah.
Yep. And in terms of shelters?
There's not many shelters. Like the one down here is really cold. You sit there and it's cold. And I've been out to Te Puke last week, and it was just, you just froze. You just go into a shop and wait in the shop. Because how many of you would like to sit in there, down there for like a quarter of an hour? Sometimes you have to wait for another bus. in the cold.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions, colleagues?
I think it's big.
No. Thank you, Debs, for your submission.
That's okay.
We'll be considering the submissions next week, making
Yep.
some decisions then, and some final decisions by the end of the month. But in terms of the bus shelters,
Yeah.
our regulatory committee will be meeting to conduct hearings
Yeah.
with property owners who have objected to having bus stops
Oh, yeah.
and shelters outside their properties. So following that process, there may be some more that start appearing.
Oh, that'd be
depending
good.
on the process. Yeah.
And what about having a waiting room, proper waiting room, and proper intercity changes for bus stops and that, so people don't have to, and bus drivers can have a proper break and have somewhere to sit down and sheltered, and that'll be worth looking into. It'll save a lot of time for people who catch a bus.
Thank you,
Okay.
Debs.
Yeah.
And you're one of our biggest advocates in terms of a better bus service, so
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, our next submitter, Mr. Adams, Scott Adams, are you speaking in place of Natalia for the Property Council?
Do I just push?
It's all going,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, thanks,
Oh, brilliant.
Councillor
Welcome.
Morris. Yeah, just to clarify, Natalia's who wrote the submissions, in our advocacy team based in Auckland. So you're stuck with me, unfortunately.
Oh, no trouble. So you're familiar with the process. We've got 10 minutes to use as you see fit. And if you finish a little early, then my colleagues may have some questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
excellent. Thank you. His Worship the Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, elected members, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to present today in support of our submission on the annual plan. My name is Scott Adams. I'm here today as the branch president of the Property Council New Zealand's Bay of Plenty branch. And no support, so that's okay. Property Council New Zealand's the leading advocate for the property sector, and our purpose is together shaping cities where communities thrive. We believe in the creation and retention of well-designed, functional and sustainable built environments which contribute to New Zealand's overall prosperity. Rates increase. We support Council's proposal of an overall rates increase of 4.7%. This will ease the funding burden on all ratepayers while ensuring key infrastructure projects continue to progress. However, a number of councils around the country have committed to rates relief and reduced penalties, for example, Auckland, Hamilton and Christchurch City Councils. So we recommend the Council consider these options as well, as they'll provide additional targeted relief for ratepayers who can demonstrate that they're facing hardship. The Uniform Annual General Charge, we strongly oppose the reduction of the UAGC, as this will only reshuffle ratepayers' contributions onto the commercial and industrial sector. As the UAGC funds general council services that predominantly benefit residential ratepayers, shifting the financial burden onto the commercial and industrial sectors at a time where many businesses are facing hardship is problematic, and it could likely have flow-on effects into local employment if no rates relief package is developed. Therefore, we recommend the Council halt the proposed reduction of the UAGC until a better position to reassess the local economy and its finances in the development of the long-term plan 21 to 31. Commercial rates differentials. We strongly oppose the Council's proposal on rates differentials. There's no economic literature which provides an economic rationale in support of commercial rates differentials. Looking at the numbers, if the proposal goes ahead, the median residential ratepayer would see a 1% rates increase, whereas the median commercial ratepayer will see an 11% increase, with top value $25 million plus properties being hit with a 24% increase. The Council's high cost proposal means that for every $1 of rates for residential properties, the differential on commercial properties of the same value is going to be 20% more, which is a big increase on a small to medium business when you consider the lack of transparency of what the additional rates are funding and whether they're beneficial to the business needs. The perception from the business community is often that the level of commercial rates paid are disproportionate to the level of services received. That is, that the commercial rates differentials are used more on community facilities, parks and recreation which benefit residents rather than on economic development. To battle some of these, the battle some of these businesses are facing post-lockdown is getting back to profitability. A commercial rates differential is contradictory to the overarching government's intention to support local businesses during this, during this time of recession. And if businesses discover that OPEX is too expensive in Tauranga, they won't be attracted to base themselves here. The proposal will have a flow-on effect to all members of the community, not just the commercial sector. Property owners will be forced to on-charge these costs through increased lease and rental fees, while business owners will have no choice but to pass on these costs to their purchasers. And if that doesn't work, it could break a number of vulnerable businesses who are still struggling to get back to profitability. Therefore, we recommend abolishing rates differential and making better use of other funding tools, such as water charges and congestion charging, targeted rates, public-private partnerships, and special purpose vehicles that sit off Council's balance sheet. Our recommendation is consistent with the 2019 New Zealand Productivity Commission report on local government funding and financing and Central Government's 2007 Local Government Rates Inquiry. Capital Program. We strongly support the Council's critical spending to increase water supply capacity and improve wastewater infrastructure, roads and transportation, as well as investment to support additional housing. But we question whether the spending of 1.38 million on library renewals, 1.1 million on the Greerton Pool rejuvenation, and 532,000 on the upgrade of buildings on parks and reserves is essential and could be deferred. While these are worthy investments, we see this as non-essential spending at this point in time. We encourage the Council to reassess spending on these items and similar projects when developing the long-term plan 21 to 31. Debt to revenue ratio. We strongly support the Council's proposal to increase the level of borrowing up to 250% to invest in vital infrastructure such as roads, wastewater facilities and water pipes. Development contribution policy. We're concerned that multiple increases in the DC contribution fees will result in housing unaffordability by effects of development contributions being passed on to the end buyer. This directly contradicts one of the 2018 to 28 long-term plan's priorities of managing Tauranga's housing affordability challenges and the main objective of Plan Change 26. The proposed increase would likely deter development as many developers and builders are recovering from the impact of COVID-19. Therefore, we recommend the Council defer DC fee increases for this financial year. The Council will be in a better position to review the development contribution policy as part of the long-term plan. We welcome further discussion and collaboration with the Council to provide input from the residential and commercial construction sectors to inform development of the policy. And in conclusion, we'd like to thank the Council again for the opportunity to provide feedback on the annual plan, as it gives our members a chance to have their say in how Tauranga is shaped today and into the future. So that brings us to the end of the presentation. I'm happy to talk or answer any questions.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions on the Property Council's submission? Councillor Baldock, then Arbery.
Thanks, Scott. When you talk about the UAGC remaining, you are, I'm assuming you're meaning at 15%, which is where it was planned to go to after the LTP. It was, it was 20 before this year, but it was already consulted on that it would go down to 15. In the AP, we went to 10. So is the Property Council happy to see it go to, still change, but only go to 15 instead of all the way down to 10 in this year?
I think what we'd quite like to see is, particularly from the commercial sector, is just more transparency on the UAGC. So if you look at your rates bill and you see the general charge, and it outlines the items that it covers, but then the UAGC it just says it's consistent with the general fixed charge. So really, I think the point I'm making there, Larry, is more transparency if you want to increase those charges to the commercial and industrial properties.
Councillor Arbery.
Just wondering what your position is on the argument that commercial rates can claim back GST and tax if they're profitable, and therefore to get a more equitable distribution, there has to be a commercial differential?
Yeah, good question. Yes, certainly GST, you can claim back on that. Really the message is that, we need to see, fair and equitable rates increases right across the board rather than, a disproportionate increase. Like I can see why there's a council desire to try and reduce residential rates as much as possible, but I guess from our point of view, are residents going to be happy if they show up to work on Monday and the business has had to close because they can't cover the outgoings? So, yep, GST does have its part to play. Really, I think the message is clear from our point of view. We just need to see, more fairness in how the rates are charged.
Thank you. Councillor Robson, and you all right? Good. Fantastic. Any further questions, colleagues? No? Looks. Thank you for the submission on behalf of the Property Council, Scott. We'll be deliberating late next week and hopefully have a decision by the 30th of July, which is obviously a month later than normal due to COVID. But
yep, no, understand all of that. Thanks, Councillor Morris, and apologies for not being as entertaining as the previous submitters. I tried my best.
No, it's always entertaining. Thank you, Scott. Okay, colleagues, we have a gap in terms of our submitters. Our next submitter, in fact, our next three submitters are not here. But Mr. Purchase, would you be prepared to move forward from your 10 to 4 slot and give your submission now? Would that be all right? Thank you very much. Okay, so next submission from Mr. Purchase, and do we have a page number? We're in attachment 9 again. We don't have a page number as yet. That's okay. So we've got 10 minutes set aside for you to use as you wish, but if you do finish a little early, then my colleagues may have some questions for you.
Thanks very much for the opportunity. I presume you've all read my submission, so I don't intend to reread it, but there's one piece I do want to talk about, and it's an event that occurred in the latter half of the 90s, before I arrived here in 1999. And I didn't include it in the written submission because I simply don't have an intimate enough knowledge of the detail, but I'm not sure that any of you do either. The matter, I've been told from reliable sources from within the construction industry, involved 3 property developers convincing council to change the way development levies or development charges were levied. They argued that stopping charging developers for development charges and instead charging those to the builder or the private owner who purchased a section when they applied for a building consent would mean that the price of sections would fall and encourage development, which when you think about it simply doesn't make much sense, as most purchasers of new homes are keenly influenced by the total cost of land and improvements anyway, with any section only being part of that. The change was, foolishly in my view, agreed to by TCC. The reality was, and is always going to be, that the price of sections never actually accurately reflects the development costs, but rather supply and demand and a thing called a market. The attainable price simply dictates whether the development occurs or not in the first place. In that environment, there was never going to be any way that section prices in Tauranga were going to be markedly cheaper than in Hamilton, Cambridge, the Western Bay of Plenty, Rotorua or Taupo, to name but a few. What did change was that the cost of building a home in Tauranga, where the development charges were included from then on, included as part of the consent process. And the additional profits were able to be pocketed by the developers. It's been well known since I moved here that the cost of building a house in Tauranga is somewhere north of 20 grand, more than it is in any of the comparable regions that I've talked about. I don't believe it was any coincidence that the largest building firm in Tauranga, a subsidiary of Fletcher's, elected to cease trading in Tauranga in 2001. They were actually building a house for us at the time. As that firm had just finished building our home, I asked why, and was told it was because it had become impossible to make a return on building houses in Tauranga. And they left town. I still recall when I took the contract for our new home to my solicitor in early 2000. And he said to me, "Well, Graham, I'll read this contract, but I know that I don't really need to. I've had hundreds upon hundreds of our clients who have had new homes built by this company, and not one of them has had a problem. They're exceptionally good at what they do and particularly good to deal with." So I asked the manager of that firm, who was a high flyer in the building industry at the time as well, about the price of our section, and having already heard about the changes to development charge allocations. And he told me that our section had already been purchased as part of a lot in our subdivision, roughly as the new process came into force. Section prices may have dropped briefly, but I paid a deposit on the full 72,000 purchase price of the 720 square metre section in late 1999, and prices have just gone through the roof continually ever since. In fact, that building firm manager arranged for his daughter and her hubby to purchase the vacant section next door to ours, and 2 years later it was sold to close to 3 times that figure. It simply reflected the market. The other sidebar of this appears to me to be the fact that those development charges do not end up getting paid to council at the time the development is completed, or even when the section is sold. They get paid once building's underway, and in some cases not until it's completed. In other words, revenue to council is being transferred from the developer to the section owner when and if they build, and all it's done is simply kick that revenue stream down the road, negatively impacting on council cash flow. I'm simply raising this as an issue because I believe it needs to be looked at closely in terms of its financial impact on our council. I'm not sure that the scenario could ever be easily reversed. But what could perhaps be a solution, and I note that other councils around the country have done similar things, will be a new targeted rate on all new developments from here on to ensure at least some relief for the council balance sheet. I must add that from where I sit, the developers, who I think suckered the councils with this supposedly bright idea in the first place, have for the last 3 decades been creaming it, selling sections for their actual market value and quietly pocketing the extra 20k or more that new home buyers or builders have had to pay for the privilege, if you can call it that, of having their house built in Tauranga. The final thing I'd like to add today is my grave concern about the propensity for council to rip up roadways and install new roundabouts or other so-called improvements which result in little more than significant increases in road congestion. The roundabout at the top of Waihi Road being a case in point, where traffic's frequently backed up from Waihi Road right down to Brookfield and people can't even get their cars out of their flaming driveways. These are the sorts of things that make ratepayers unhappy because for them, they are close to home examples of other ongoing problems that council seems to encounter when undertaking projects. So that's all on the additional subject today. You've all assured me that you've read my submission. Has anyone got any questions on my submission? Which I did do for about the 3rd time in the last 3 years. Quite a lot of homework on.
Thank you, Graham. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Baldock.
Graham, thanks. I just did miss when you thought this deal was done about the splitting of the DCs.
It was in the second half of the 90s. I arrived here in 99 and it was a done deal by then. But I don't know actually when it took effect. But I had a very, very good source who was very close to it at the time, said 3 property developers were involved and they did a deal with their mates. That's what I was told, but I'm a bit more open-minded than that.
Might have not been reliably informed since development contributions only came in 2002 with the Local Government Act. So before that it was a different way, but it may still apply. Some of what you're saying may still apply, but the dates may.
Well, if it didn't come in until 2002, that reflects the astronomical increase in the value of the section next door to mine.
Thank you. And just for your reference, colleagues, Mr. Purchase's submission is in attachment 9, page 477. Do you have another question, Councillor Aubrey? Yeah, go for it.
Just briefly, did you want to talk about how Tauranga should, in your submission you mentioned we shouldn't compare ourselves to other cities because we have different demographics.
Yep.
Did you just want to talk to that for a minute and 20 seconds?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've oft heard it said that Tauranga has that this is a reason why we should be increasing the putting a levy, if you like, on commercial operations, splitting the rate differently. And I don't believe you can do that unless you actually look at the demographics of the respective cities. And as I said in my submission, you can go through and look at them until you're blue in the face, and I've done it 3 times in the last 3 years. And the only 2 that come anywhere close to Tauranga are Dunedin and Hamilton. And in both of those cases, the rating systems are different. There isn't a uniform annual general charge in Dunedin at all. Dunedin includes rubbish collection. There's a whole lot of stuff it includes. Hamilton, they are in a 10-year transition to capital value rating, which finishes this year. And this year there's a transition rate to move it forward 3 years. Right? So you simply can't compare it. But the other simple factor is that trying to achieve socially economic utopia is not the job of councils, and the councils aren't equipped to do it anyway. There's government agencies that are there to do that. So having owned 5 rental properties in Tauranga at one stage, I can tell you a lot about demographics. A lot of tenants over 20 years. And I had tenants who had multiple vehicles and boats and all sorts of stuff, renting. They didn't know, they weren't wise users of their own money, but the revenue going into that house was absolutely significant. And I saw that again and again and again. And as I said in my submission, Jenny and I walk a lot. We take a note when we go past properties, and there's a lot in our subdivision now, actually. You'll be surprised how many homes have been sold and have become rentals. And there's one in Stirling Gate Drive. There's one up and one down from our place. The one up on a typical day has 5 vehicles parked on the property. It's got a boat on the property, right? And everybody in that property works. There's a couple of vehicles left there during the day, but everyone seems to work. There's another one further down the hill where there's 4 cars parked in the driveway. And there's always 2 other cars parked outside. If you go past on a day when the garage door's open, it's full of gym equipment, right? And that is probably, it was a Generation Homes house. It's probably just an average value house, but the income in that home is absolutely significant. So trying to change the rating structure to make the rates payable by a lower value property some form of helping the poor is a really piss poor way of doing it, to be honest.
Thank you, Graham. We'll be deliberating next week and making a final decision on this year's development contributions by the 30th of July. But straight after that, we'll be looking at our 10-year plan, and that's the issues you raise around the split between subdivision impact fees, building impact fees, etc. That's something we can certainly address as soon as we've signed this annual plan off. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mr. John Costa, we are running ahead of schedule, and it's over to you. But would you mind giving your submission now? You don't have to if you've got supporters coming. Oh, brilliant! Thank you. John Costa's submission is again in attachment 9, page 887 of your agenda, and is on behalf of the Tauranga Historical Society. It's got one of the best blogs in the city, very entertaining read, or nostalgic read, I should say. John, you've got 10 minutes to use as you see fit, and if you finish a little earlier, then my colleagues may have some questions for you. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kia ora koutou, memo te kaunihera o Tauranga Moana, tēnā koutou katoa. My name's John Costa. I'm a member of the committee of the Tauranga Historical Society, and I'm a heritage management consultant by profession. I will be brief. I've got two items I want to address. One is the Monmouth Redoubt, and one more generally is the Elms. The Monmouth Redoubt is one of only 3 recognisable structures near the Tauranga CBD which date from the early beginnings of Tauranga City. Its management over the last century or so has been uneven and at times misguided, and the recommendations of the recently commissioned conservation plan that was commissioned by the council provide an opportunity to both protect the physical integrity of the site and to provide for its amenity use by the public. The City Council has already invested significant funding, staff time and public consultation in the preparation of the conservation plan. So to fail now would be to carry out its recommendations for stabilising the site and providing for safe public use would waste the effort already expended. The Historical Society therefore urges the Council to fully fund the current proposals under parks developments and upgrades, to upgrade and renovate the redoubt, in line with the conservation plan, and the Council's stated intention or aspiration to stimulate Tauranga's post-COVID recovery through strategic infrastructure investment. Then the Elms. The Elms, along with the former Otamataha Pā, is the most important place in Tauranga relating to the foundation and growth of the city. It's a site of national significance for its history, its architecture, and its contents and function as a house museum. While the city has shown generous support towards the upkeep and maintenance of the property in the past, the Elms Foundation is still dependent on visitor income for its ongoing operations. That income is threatened by the current collapse of tourism, and cruise ships in particular. The Historical Society therefore urges the Council to ensure that funding is made available as necessary in the coming months to maintain the standard of care that the current staff provide for the property. And again, that's partly an issue of maintaining expenditure in order not to waste previous expenditure. I've got a copy of my summary. That's all I want to say, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, John. Any questions of the Tauranga Historical Society's submission? There being no questions, thank you very much for your time. Yeah, sure. Mayor Powell.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. John, thank you. In terms of the Monmouth Redoubt specifically, in an ideal world, and this is not one of those, what would you like to see?
The I'd like to see the recommendations of the conservation plan carried out. It's a very professional document. It's very thorough. It's very clear in its recommendations. Probably at the moment, the really important thing is probably to upgrade public access to the point where it's safe. I mean, the thing is sitting on the edge of a cliff and there's erosion along that cliff. So upgrading of the path and stabilisation of the redoubt near the path is probably the major... That's right, yes. Above Dive Crescent, yeah. Apart from that, you know, the second major priority is to halt the erosion on the redoubt itself. You know, part of that is due just to natural weathering, part of it's due to kids on bikes. And that may be something that can be stopped.
Thank you, and thank you, John, for your submission on behalf of the Society. We'll be deliberating towards the end of next week and making some final decisions by the end of the month. So thank you for your submission.
Thank you for your attention.
Colleagues, our next submitter, I've been informed, is unlikely to appear at 3 o'clock. In the off chance that she does, I will get back in contact with you. Our next submitter is due at 4 p.m. before the dinner break. So we have a significant gap in which to do other work and other duties. So I will adjourn the meeting now and reconvene at 4 o'clock unless I get in touch with you about our potential 3 o'clock submitter. But yeah, we're adjourning till 4. Thank you. We're back online for 10 minutes, yeah, and then we adjourn again. So welcome everybody. We will reconvene the meeting, and we're here today to listen to the submission of Stephanie Simpson. Welcome, Stephanie. If you would come up to the table here and turn your microphone on. You have 10 minutes which you can use as you see fit. And if you finish a little earlier, then there may be some questions from my colleagues. But
Well,
we're not
that's-
under a lot of time pressure.
That's good. All right. I think you've probably all seen what I submitted on. I think when you moderated the rates increase, that was a big improvement. However, I really have an issue with people who sit around this table and who work in this organisation who seem to have absolutely no ability whatsoever to sort out priorities for this city. The pedestrianisation of Elizabeth Street might be, in some people's eyes, a nice to have, but it is not essential. And this city is not in a position to be spending money it doesn't have on non-essential items. Phoenix Park redevelopment was a complete balls up. This Tauranga City Council's ability and willingness to communicate with their ratepayers is absolutely appalling, and it's a total farce. And you need to take that on board, because you go out and supposedly consult with some members of the community, but you take absolutely no notice of what people say, and that has to stop. It really does. We're limited for funds, so funds need to be spent only on essential things. Things like stormwater, roading, sewage. I mean, there's a hole in Welcome Bay Road now that you could drop 2 cars in and lose. And the traffic management of that situation has not been great. Not been great at all. And, these things shouldn't be happening. If the council was keeping up with maintenance instead of waiting for disasters or crises, we might not be in this particular pickle over there. But you've got to start communicating with your community and your ratepayers, and it's time you started to listen to them. I hang out with a lot of retired people living alone, limited incomes, and they are really hot on this spending only on priorities. Now, in the past, I have submitted on rubbish collection being included in rates, because that's one of my personal beliefs. However, if you talk to people who live alone, or have just a couple as opposed to a big family, they're very concerned about rates going up to cover rubbish collections, because they only put a rubbish bag out once a month. So for them, it's cheaper to buy a bag once a month rather than pay over $300 increase in rates per year. And that needs to be looked at. Our place next door, as far as I'm concerned, was a complete and utter waste of time and money from the beginning, and I have no idea why you did it. Now, the other thing is, city councils getting involved in events planning and doing. For the life of me, I do not understand why people need to have events planned for them by the City Council. Surely, if we're adults, we can organise our own activities. I think City Council spending on events is another no-no until we're flush with money. So that's several years away, I think. So no more City Council-sponsored events. And the other thing is, this city, like a lot of others, uses an awful lot of consultants. You've got a huge staff here, which costs mega millions every year. Why are none of them able to be consultant ready? Why don't you talk to your community? There are a lot of us in the community who would happily sit down and talk to you about various issues. Paying megabucks to consultants is another no-no. Absolute and utter no-no. It's just a waste of money. The amount of money this council wastes is disgraceful and despicable. Now, the annual plan. I can't even understand my own submissions, my own abbreviations. UAGC. Oh, That was a spending plan, wasn't it? Needs to be urgently reviewed, revised and decreased. Actually, I think I've said enough. If you would just take on board the fact that you need to consult with your communities and listen to what they say, because to this date, and you know that I have taken myself to very many community engagement programs, to this date, they have been a complete and utter farce, and that needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission, Stephanie. Any questions, colleagues?
No, most of them aren't here. They're not interested.
There being none? No, I wouldn't say that. So in terms of decision making, we are going to make some decisions on the submissions next week, Wednesday, Thursday, potentially Friday. And we'll be looking to signing off on the full plan by the end of the month.
You know,
So
before I go, let me share a little story with you. When the last council was sworn in, after the swearing-in ceremony, we go next door for a cup of tea. And one of the councillors, who thankfully is no longer with us, I said to her, ratepayers are very unhappy about the $1.7 million you spent on this Heart of the City investigation. And I was told, I don't care what the ratepayers think. And the fact that so many of you are missing today says the same thing to me. You should all be ashamed of yourself if you're not here.
Thank you. So we will reconvene, colleagues, at 4 o'clock. There was a error. o'clock, you can say good evening, colleagues. We'll reconvene Policy Committee hearings. And I understand we have Mr. Leonard Mitchell in the chamber. Welcome, sir. Mr. Mitchell's submission is on page 635 of attachment 9. And Leonard, if you just come up to the front table here, when able. You've been allocated 10 minutes and you can use that time as you see fit, but if you do finish a little earlier, then my colleagues may have some questions for you. So thank you, and if you press the purple button on the device in front of you. Please, yeah.
Okay, first of all, I thought it was a one-on-one that I was coming to, so I feel a bit overcrowded by you lot. Yeah. Anyone that didn't know enough about what I'm going to talk about. My main reason for coming in, and I've talked to gentlemen out of the council before, I'm from Golden Sands Village, and when I originally purchased the two-bedroom house there, the rates were $25 a week. Only to be told in the following year that it's gone up by 50%. How would you guys like that on your rates? You're not answering, okay. Now, so what we did was we did an exercise through the whole area just to find out the rates per square metres and how much other people are paying. In Kamahi Crescent, where we live in 11, the number 9 were paying $2,700, so that averages of 5.45 per square metre. In the Boulevard, which is round the corner, the rates were 2,869, which is 560. And in Papamoa Beach Road, the rates were 3,294, average of 890. Now, our average has gone up to 11.89. What I want to know is, we only own a small home. We don't have 2 showers, 4 bedrooms, double garage. It's a single garage, 2 bedrooms and a small open plan living. Why the hell should we be paying the higher amount? And I can tell you this, if we get a rates increase this year, you may have 117 homes that are prepared to come into here and ask you why they're putting the rates up again. So we're very frustrated. On the other hand, we've been very lucky that every member of Parliament, and including Jim and members from the council, have been out to talk to us to explain how the ratings work. It's all right how the ratings work on average from Wellington, but come down to the actual facts with a 80 square metre home at $2,100, and we're all pensioners. There's about 4 people that do work casual or, in the labour force, but we're mainly all pensioners. So our, what do you call it? Not griff, anyway, we wish to say, please have a good look at this and see why we should have gone up by 50% last year. I have got facts and figures here, and we have been through how they do the calculations, but it still doesn't come down to why would we be increased by 50%. I'm sorry, I've got other colleagues, if I had known it was like this, that I would have brought in with us, who have got more detailed information. And I'd just like you to consider that, what would you do if you're on a pension and it jumps up and you think, what do I do? Slow down on the food costs and pay my rates? Or give up having perhaps a car? It starts to get a big grip on you if you start putting the rates up by 50%. Really, that's about my main thrust. So, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any questions from colleagues? Larry Baldock,
Yeah,
Councillor
hi,
Larry Baldock.
Norm. I was one of the ones that came out to...
Len.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, Glenn.
You remembered me well.
Yep, names stick in my brain really well. What are your rates going to be this year? Do you know? Have you done
2,100. But if you put a 4% on it, it depends on what you're going to put the rates up by.
Yeah, but you can calculate it on the website. Have you tried doing that to see
No.
what it's going to be? Put the address in and you'll be able to see. Because with your property value, you might find actually it's going down this year.
That we know that. The actual values aren't
No,
correct.
not the property values, but your rates might be going down.
Well, that'll be good.
Yeah.
Even if I come in here to hear that, I'll be pleased.
Tell me your address, I'll tell you right now what it's going to be.
It's 11 Kamahi Crescent. My actual unit is 410.
Yes, Mayor Powell. I've just got the calculator in front of me.
Yes. Well, they'll crunch the numbers, Len. Just to be clear, within the submission, the information you've got in front of you, have we got that?
Yes.
We have. Okay, great.
Yeah, we've answered to the council, several members of the council,
Yeah,
plus
great.
the...
I just wanted to make sure you didn't have something additional that we may not have.
No, it
Fantastic,
was
thank
sent
you.
on to you.
Thank you.
Len, while you've been, I've just quickly got the rates calculator out for one of the neighbouring properties, and they are looking at a 6.87% decrease from last year, which is $118.33 less than last year. So that's just as a result of the rebalancing that we're doing around the city.
Yep.
But in terms of your particular issue, I understand the rating tribunal determined that the residents and the owners of the houses and the lease holders of that property were defined as the ratepayer and not Blue Haven anymore, which is an issue. But in terms of next year, $118.33 less than this year.
On our properties?
Correct. Yeah.
On his property at 11, decrease is $1.91 per week, a 4.64% decrease in the rates. When you add in the regional council.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the Tauranga City Council rates are down minus 6.87, but the regional council are putting their rates up, and so the total is a minus 4.64.
So, completely confused, yeah.
Exactly.
So you're going to take it away here and give it here, but it's gone.
No, sorry, just a point of order. I wondered, Chair, if you could explain what you just said in more detail.
Sure.
So, because the regional council has had zero in the paper.
Yeah.
That's not quite the case, unfortunately. I'll let...
Yeah, so the Bay of Plenty Regional Council are increasing your rates by around $18.97 for the year, which is an increase of 4.55% on what they were last year. The Tauranga City Council is reducing their rates on your property by 6.87%, which is $118.83 from last year. So if you put the Tauranga City Council rates and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council rates together, which everybody does because they're all on the same invoice, you end up with a total rates decrease of $99.36, which is minus 4.64% of what you paid last year, and that's the same.
So what does
that'll
that
be the
make
same.
it gross for this year?
$2,039.98 for the year. So yeah. Any further questions or comments, colleagues? No. All right. So thank you for the submission, Len.
Thanks very
If you
much.
could pass the good news on to Sylvia, that her rates are down $100 from last year.
She'll
But
invite you round, don't worry.
Yeah. But appreciate the wider issue which you raise, and certainly when we look at the revaluation, that's an issue we will try. Well, certainly I and some others will try and address.
I think it should be quite a big consideration when you know we're all pensioners. I appreciate your help, and thanks very much for your comments.
Thank you, Len. Colleagues, our next submitter is again a man who needs no introduction. Terry Malloy. No, we want to hear from you now. You're not on for what? Oh, no. Oh, yeah. No, 5:10. 5:10. Come on, mate. 5:10. Or do you need to have a breather?
Come on up to the hot seat. Welcome back.
A cup of tea would be nice, thank you. Coffee with the whiskey in it, make it Irish. Okay. I believe it is. Okay, Mayor Powell. Councillors, and not too many staff here, all those wonderful people that keep the business rolling while we're in a certain amount of disarray from time to time. But I acknowledge you. And ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I just want to report on your Deputy Mayor, Tina Salisbury. I was at the Tiranga anniversary, a yearly anniversary, and Tina represented the council, and she did a great job. She handled the Te Reo perfectly, and her speech was spot on, so you can be proud of her. And I look forward to her being a Deputy Mayor for some time. Yeah, well, I was going to say that I was going to say that I was disappointed to see my friend Councillor Baldock get rolled. And I think he was a good councillor, and he was a good deputy mayor. We didn't agree on everything, and as you might have realised, he could be a touch autocratic from time to time. But I can work with most people. I even had breakfast with John Robson a few days ago, and the sky didn't fall in. There was no bolt of lightning from heaven. It went very well. We had an enjoyable breakfast, and I believe also could sit down with Andrew Hollis and discuss it. We're diametrically opposed on a number of issues. I think the treaty would be one. You'd be surprised to know that, and possibly. Environmental issues, global warming could be another one. But I believe if I was able to sit down with Councillor Hollis, that I could enlighten him, or he me, yeah. But guys, the message I got here, because I'm going off script a little bit, is if you don't start working together, the one-term councillor is something that I'm very familiar with, aren't I, Councillor Granger? And there's a distinctive whiff about one-term councillors if you guys don't start working together. It's incredibly important. You're not there for yourselves. You're there to govern the city and to run it effectively. And when the election comes around, you're going to be asked to be accountable for what you've done. It's absolutely no use blaming somebody else. Because it's your job, you're there, you have to make it work. So you go for it. Talking about rates, I believe there does need to be a rates increase. It's not, you can't pull up the drawbridge now. That would create more damage than if you put in a significant rates demand. We have to somehow or other keep that city moving forward. There's a lot of people out there hurting, and if you pull up the drawbridge, it's just going to hurt more. You don't have to do everything this year, or even next year. But I believe the important thing is that you have a vision and a plan. And if you've got that, and it's possibly time frames in there, and you let the community know what it is, and you get community involvement, they'll be happy with that, and they will work with it. They can build around it. But if you're schizophrenic and you're changing your mind all the time, like we've done in the past, it's very confusing, and it's hard for the business community to work with that. So it's incredibly important, I believe, that you have that vision, that plan. Example I'd like to give is Greaton. 27 years ago, we started on the Greaton redevelopment. It's getting a bit historical, I know, but the point was we had a vision, we had a plan, we had community buy-in, we actually worked with the council to do it, we got council to agree in principle, and then slowly we got the development out there. The 3 roundabouts worked, the streetscape, the trees, the furnishings, We had the land was purchased for the village square, and the shops around it were purchased so that when the time came we could put in the library and the community centre. And that took 20 years, but it was worth it. So things aren't going to happen quickly, but you have to have that vision and that plan and get the community buy-in, and then it will happen. Things don't happen quickly in this game, sadly. And we certainly need to re-establish the identity of the CBD. That's another issue that I'd like to bring up. I think the civic, the cultural and the business centre of the Western Bay is right here, in this, I believe, in the civic precinct. And if you have a vision and a plan for what this is going to look like in 5, 10 or in 15 years, as I said, it doesn't have to be tomorrow, the community will accept that. Then they'll buy into it, and you'll slowly start working to get it done. It won't happen, as I said, it will not happen tomorrow. You'll be surprised to hear is the Memorial Park walkway. Once again, it doesn't have to happen tomorrow. But I think it should be locked and loaded. It is going to happen. One day an enlightened council will come along and they'll do it. I mean, you only got to look at the walkway over at the mall. You know, there's a lot of pushback by the residents at the time along that stretch of walkway. But now I don't think anybody would be unhappy with that. It's a great piece of infrastructure. And the same with the Memorial Park walkway. In time, that will be a fantastic piece of infrastructure. And everybody will absolutely love it. You know, I think 70% of the community that responded want it. So you'll be working with the community to do so. One more before I get on to my last one, and that is the EnviroHub. It wasn't in my submission, but I'm sure you'll allow me. I was on a board, a council appointee on the EnviroHub, and over the years this council has given the EnviroHub nothing. You know, in life, the two most important things are people and your environment. And if you haven't got the environment, you've got nothing. You absolutely got nothing. So, and I think they do wonderful work. You know, there's sustainable backyards, 230 events in a month. $42,000 or $45,000 was invested in that. You know, touched 173,000 people. They have 80 plus core groups within the Bay of Plenty that they work with. 100 businesses have signed up to zero plastic waste. 2,000 odd trappers are part of the predator free, and nearly 7,000 pests killed, and a whole lot of other issues and activities that they do. And I think they really are worthy of our support, or your support. So it's something I would encourage you to look at in the future. Now, last one, no media here, I was going to give Samantha Motion a bit of a talking to. City centre in crisis. What's Bay of Plenty Times been doing for the last 4 years? I've been banging on for 3 years. I think most of the councillors that were here in the last term would know I was consistently saying that we've got a problem and it needs to be fixed. We need to address it. Maybe you can't address it. Maybe it's just going to take 5 or 6 years to fix. But there's a lot of angst out there in the community. You know, there are people that are hurting. I've come across people that have lost their business, lost their marriage, lost their home, and there will be others that will be doing that. That will be happening too. There's a lot of pain out there, and of course COVID-19 has been the last nail in the coffin. And we really do need to do something to try and assist, because none of the problems I believe in the city are the making of the small businesses. You know, they've been stuck with the earthquake strengthening, which has been multiple buildings around the city, road closures, and a slowly declining foot count. And I was predicting this and sort of begging this council to try and do something about it. What we do is difficult. I understand that. There's no easy answers, And I am thankful for the money given towards activation, and very thankful for the money that was supported from this council for the free buses. That was making a big difference. Sadly, that was stopped halfway through because of COVID-19. So just finally, through the chair, Mayor Powell, I look forward to you taking the city forward. I believe you can. I believe you will. And I wish you all, councillors and staff, I wish you luck. I hope you'll start working together. I really do. It's absolutely vital that you do. And I'd like to see you all, if you can get work together, I'd like to see you all back there next term, because it's absolutely crazy having 5 or 6 changes every election. Doesn't do any good. So you start working together, and I'll certainly be voting for you all to get back in there and take this city forward for another 6 or 9 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. If you like a fine wine, you just keep getting better. Any questions or comments for Terry? Councillor Baldock.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, for allowing the time for one quick. I'd just like to say it's good to have you back in the chamber, Terry, and acknowledge your vision for this on the wall there before you left. We really appreciate it being there. In your submission, you've said, having said that, the city to keep the city moving forward, a small rates increase may be necessary. So is 4.7 with a median residential increase of 1% fit within your small rate increase category?
Yes, I believe it does. I think it's, as I said before, you can't pull up the drawbridge. We have to keep moving forward. You've got a huge demands. So yeah, yes.
Thank you, Terry. We're going to be on quite compressed timeframes to what's normal. We'll be deliberating next week, straight after hearings, and making a decision by the 30th of July, which of course is a month later, but due to COVID. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Colleagues, our next submission is from Lucy Hill from the Tauranga City Council Youth Advisory Group. Welcome, Lucy. Fantastic to see you in the council chamber for the first time in a council meeting. The Youth Advisory Group submission is on page 1092 of your agenda. So, Lucy, if you've seen how we've been operating, you've got 10 minutes to use as you see fit. But if you do finish a little earlier, then my colleagues may have some questions for you. Over to you.
Thanks for having me here today. So my name's Lucy, and I'm, like you said, from the Youth Advisory Group, and I'm speaking to a submission on youth retention in the Bay of Plenty. So a bit of background on me. So I'm from Cambridge. I moved to Tauranga after I graduated at the University of Waikato because I was offered a position at Trustpower in their Apollo program. So I'm not sure if anyone knows about this program, but it's like a graduate program, but you don't have to be a graduate, so you can be any age, don't have to have studied or anything like that. And they take you through a 2-year rotational cycle through different areas of the business to upskill you and see what you enjoy and things like that. And at the end of it, this is different to most graduate programs and other programs, they get you to a position that is permanent and full-time, so you're not just dropped at the end of the 2 years. So that's what I'm in currently, and I'm nearly at the end of that. So I hope to continue working at Trustpower and living in Tauranga. But back to the youth retention part of this. So youth here have experienced a difficulty in obtaining work that has a future and that can progress. So we tend to come here in the hope to start our career and develop as young workers, particularly as Bay of Plenty is so beautiful, so it's quite a driver for us to come here. But most of these jobs are quite short-lived, as there is not always opportunities to grow up and upskill in these positions. So as a result, many leave Tauranga after a few years to the other larger cities in the hope to secure a position that facilitates career growth and development. So it's not only a problem for those who secure only short-term positions here, but those such as myself who have secured good jobs, good futures in Tauranga, our social circles are significantly affected because our friends stay here for 1 or 2 years, they can't secure a position, so they end up moving away. And also the facilities here in Tauranga do not entice youth to remain or come to Tauranga and stay here. So this is a problem that will likely continue to happen. People come here, stay temporarily. Social circles aren't enough here, continuously changing, and there's always better opportunities in larger cities for personal and career growth. So aids for this that the Youth Advisory Group have been thinking about, and our wider circles, includes council support and your partner support in the creation of programs like what Trustpower has created that allow for a pathway in career development, and the addition of designated spaces and areas for youth who allow us to socialise and encourage that, as it's quite hard to find people our age really around here in Tauranga who stay permanently. We have quite a lot of tourists and things that we usually include into our circles because it's quite hard to form those long-term relationships here. So this would not only encourage, so these additions of supporting of local business development programs for youth and designated spaces and facilities for youth to spend this social time here would encourage those to stay in Tauranga and would encourage those further afield to take advantage of the city's outstanding career pathways and clear career progression. So this would bring overall vibrance and diversity to our city, which we believe is greatly needed. So thank you for listening. That's my submission. I welcome you to questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Lucy? Councillor Arbery.
Hello again. So a couple of questions. One is, what is Youth Advisory's position on closing down Our Place? And another one is, how far have you guys pursued this with Priority One about maybe setting up a, I suppose, intercompany graduate program?
We haven't actually had meetings since we found out about the closing of Our Place, but I assume that they would be very disappointed in that. Particularly, so most of the advisory group have high school members, so it might not align with all of them, but those who are working, I know I'm definitely upset about it. But to your second question, what can you remind me what that one was, sorry?
Have you had a chat with Priority One about potentially setting up, I suppose, a graduate program that sort of goes across a few different companies, or where different companies can share graduate program resources, or set up something similar to the Apollo program?
So that I've made a point about your partners. I assumed Priority One was the council's partners, so that would, cool. So that was the idea, was to bring it here to you guys. But funnily enough, my auntie used to work at Priority One, and she was the one who got me onto the graduate program at Trustpower. So yeah.
Auntie Annie. Yeah. Mayor Powell.
Thanks, Chair. Lucy, nice to see you. Thanks for coming in. What can we, I mean, I know what you want, but what can we do practically to be more engaged with you, to give you a better voice perhaps, if nothing else, but also give you some practical outcomes? What do you need from us?
So I'm new to the whole council area, so I would, I'm not sure if this is something that could happen, but I would like to have some type of youth member on the council, so who could actually come to more things such as this in planning. I'm quite surprised that there isn't something set up like that anywhere here, New Zealand and in general.
Councillor Robson, then Councillor Kitty.
Yeah, the Chamber of Commerce, Rocket, Young Professionals, are you plugged into them? What are they doing for you? Are they doing enough for you? Should they be doing more for you? Mr. Cowley still qualifies in some people's eyes as young, or should I say Chief Executive Cowley qualifies?
So what I know from them is they hold events for youth and encourage development, but it's at an expense to youth, so it's not as, I know people at Trustpower aren't as engaged in it as it's a cost, and not very well advertised.
Councillor Kitty.
As far as your membership, what is the main age group? You did talk about high school students. I think I just heard you say secondary before. So what's the basic age and how many in your youth advisory group?
16 to 24 years old, but we're reviewing that at the moment. And we have about 13. I think it was going up to 15 if we could, but we haven't had enough applicants that were worthy of positions.
Any further questions, colleagues? No, that being the case, thank you very much, Lucy. Regards to your aunt, and we'll be making decisions on the submissions we receive next week. Thank you. Colleagues, our next submitter is Carol Gordon. Welcome, Carol. Good to see you again. Carol's submission is on page 1216 of our agenda, 1216 of our agenda. So Carol, we've got 10 minutes allocated and you can use it as you see fit, but if you finish early, there might be some questions. Fantastic. Over to you. If you could just press that purple button in there, we can hear you nice and clear. That's the one. Thank you.
I'm sorry to avail your
Sorry, could you move?
at this hour.
Could you
of
move
the
the
day.
microphone a little closer? Councillor Grange is a little bit harder hearing.
Yes. Thank you. Join the club. Hey, thank you, Mayor and councillors and staff. It's nice to be with you and have the opportunity to take part in this annual plan conversation. I'm very aware that there are many big issues, but I want to really address some more transformative and systemic issues because I think they frame the other work that you invest in. So I want to draw attention to the transformative phase of things, and it's a word that's very lightly used but doesn't often take shape. And so we need to really say, what is it? What is it that needs to transform and why? And you spend a lot of money on consultants that lead you down various paths in a whole variety of ways. And we've just had the UFTI experience. And there's not a lot of happy community people out there. A lot of people have engaged in the Smart Growth Forums over the years and over time, and there's very little gel with the outcomes. So I give you that insight, and I think there are really in-depth conversations to be had about the today process. It's all very well looking out 50 or 100 years, but it's often not relevant. And so we really need to focus our agenda on the urgent, low-hanging fruit that bother people and life in the city. I've just come back from Wellington. I was honoured by the Governor-General on Friday. And life in the city in Wellington over a beautiful day and one weekend day that was fine, which was glorious, was such a contrast. It was like landing on another planet. Like, I know Wellington reasonably well. I've lived there and been in and out of Wellington a lot, have family there. But the buzz was just amazing. People of all ages out all day, wind and rain, sunshine or not, doing a huge variety of things. People of all colours, shapes and sizes. And they were on the streets. Now, some of you who have been in council, like Larry, for a long time, have heard me advocate for an age-friendly city. And I heard that young person say, it isn't friendly for us either. And the reality is that when we get the urban environments right, when it's a pedestrian, let's call it age-friendly, just let's call it a livable city, all sorts of labels, but when we really get that essence happening, then it's happy for everyone. And so anyone who works in the field of demographic change and gerontology, as I do, knows that when we make those shifts to accommodate older people, then it suits the young mother with prams and toddlers as well. That the essence of accessibility is for everyone. We're just not achieving that. We haven't got a pedestrian environment. I want to walk through a few slides I've prepared for today. I'm really wanting to hone on the strategic relevance of right now, that we're at this cusp of needing to maximise well-being. 2030, 1/3 of our population in this city is over 65. I'm going to show you the figures shortly for the over 75 because that's the most relevant story. Because population ageing means, like all of us, we're all getting older. My award on Friday from the Queen, from the Governor-General, was for service to seniors. And I'm proud of the policy changes that I've made along the way. The more recent that some of you are aware of is getting the all-day gold card policy through the Regional Council, the all-day use of the gold card. What a silly thing that was as a barrier to living, as a barrier to having a life. I mean, it's really rather silly to limit people to 9 p.m. to 3 p.m. How could they spend their silver dollar when they had to run home like little mice in a hole? Really ridiculous. We need to maximise wellbeing, and I'm going to speak to the Living Standards Framework. For all of us, we have a huge challenge to reduce elder dependency. You heard the gentleman a moment ago saying, and he called it pensioners. Well, I don't do that, of course. That's not the word, as Mr. Morris knows, that it's called New Zealand superannuation, and we're not pensioners, and it's not out of the welfare budget. Thanks to Michael Cullen, he shifted all of that around. We as a city need to optimise our silver economic sustainability. And I hope one day you'll invite me to come and talk to that. If you weren't ever at a Smart Growth meeting, you haven't heard about that value and contribution to the Bay of Plenty. In 2016, the economic analysis following a Treasury model for the Bay of Plenty was equal to the kiwi fruit industry. And if you understand that, you'll begin to understand your downtown Tauranga, because nobody comes. They're not even on the buses, even though they're free, because all buses come downtown, but that's not where they want to go, and I want to tell you more about that. My key message, as the Regional Council has heard often, is about the 3 global megatrends. It's now 4 because we've got COVID. We've got climate change, population ageing, and the 4th industrial revolution. And Larry's heard me wax on about the potential of micro-transit routes and the automated shuttles. Today, Yokohama in Japan has just opened up a whole new system they call AI buses, all running around on demand, reducing congestion, reducing emissions, a whole set of efficiencies. Did AFTI tackle it? No, despite me standing up at every workshop and saying, where is the technology future in this picture? I cannot believe it, really. So we need to respond to the rapid and long-term population ageing and link that to our transport and housing demand. Please don't sell the elder housing land. It's up to you to negotiate with the government and produce a project that they can buy into and do it together. That's what Kaingora is all about. They sold off the state houses in this city, and it's a dreadful, dreadful shame and a legacy on our communities. And we have to fix it up. We have to call order and pull back and utilise that land that's so wonderfully located. And I've heard the council rhetoric, and I've got the emails explaining to me as though I don't understand, but I do understand. And like Maori, I wouldn't sell the land. It's public and it's owned, and its potential for development is amazing. Amazing. So we need to transition to a wider PT provision that includes our community of all ages. I want to see us optimise our planning process that includes the wisdom of our people in the city. You heard Terry. You've probably heard lots of people over the last day or two. We have a retirement community here that isn't old and fuddy-duddy, but brings with it huge wisdom and talent. And if you call on them, just respect them and call on them. Don't set up long-term committees. Call on them from time to time for specific work. That project process is called co-design, and it's project-based. AFTI is not co-design. I'll scream to the top of the ceiling. And I've told Robert that. It's not a co-design process. Co-design is when you sit down with the people, you put the resources on the table, you share the process, and you take responsibility for the outcomes that you've collectively decided. And that's what will build communities in our city. And we need to start that process so that people love the city. I asked you, Mr. Mayor, when you were elected, I told you that the city need love, and you agreed with me. Yes, and it's true, but you have to love them back. You know, it's not a one-way process. It's engage all that talent and beauty. Anyway, I've talked a lot already. I want to suggest that the whole ageing thing requires a transformation of many layers and levels, and it imbues all the planning processes. My time is up, Mr. Chair.
Our next speaker hasn't arrived yet, so...
Can I carry on
can
for a minute?
Another couple of
Will
minutes,
you
yeah.
give me a nod?
Oh, absolutely indulgent. Indulgence is there for you, Carol.
I've deliberately made this red because the figures are outstanding. And the figures are indisputable. There's Statistics New Zealand and the DHB's health profile. So those are projections that are from Statistics New Zealand. I do respect and support the projections of Nydia from Natalie Jackson and her team and commend their continued use. But what is interesting about this is the move from a 65 frame to a 75 frame, which is the pivotal point for health and well-being when people have more life problems, physical limitations, and when accessibility and the ability to participate in the community starts to have impact. I'm over that age and I'm still here, thank goodness. But we need to be mindful that that's who you are here to serve. That's a third of your population tomorrow. And here's a map showing where they live. The dark red circles are people over 65 in area units. Today, the Statistics Department has changed from mesh blocks to area units, and you can get more detail. So the median age in many of our areas of the city is over 50. The median age is over 50, some of them over 70. I'm going to hop over that. So I want to talk to that transforming view shaft. And we've got to be innovative and pick up the global trends. Please, we're a new city that has all that opportunity. Amazing opportunity to be vibrant and pick up the automated digital world. I say to you, please plan to become a smart city. Who knows what a smart city is? Not just a casual label. One, would you explain please what a smart city is?
With the Internet of Things, you've got interconnected sensors on everything from air pollution to congestion, so your traffic system's controlled in real time. Yeah, everything is interlinked, and you've got real-time information feeding back to the whole system.
Yeah. So please, Councillor Avery, would you push for a workshop on becoming a smart city? Let's get the people excited about the opportunities. Many people who have come to live here are building smart homes. I know because my son's an architect and designs them. So smart homes are an everyday commodity. Most of you who are lucky enough to be able to buy a new car have an almost fully automated car today. Can park itself and do all the things. We need to shift to ride-share, automated, community-connected shuttles. Get rid of the yellow buses, go down to smaller buses, ready for the smart city shift. It's a natural progression, and we don't need to be investing in outmoded technology that ruins our city. So I could talk at length about that. Where aren't we going? So here's an example. This is Ollie, trialled in Boston. Some of you have seen me talk about this before. Incredible, it's 3D printed. We've got the best 3D printer down at Tauriko. Why aren't we doing it? It's made out of, it's developed through collaboration of smart companies all over the world to produce it, and the research on it done with the World Economic Forum, Boston City and Boston Consulting Group is impressive. And it runs around, talks to you and tells you whether you've forgot your umbrella. So some research I did for the Regional Council produced a range of insights, and I'm aware that I haven't got time to go over that. The final two, oh no, let's just quickly. Note number 3, age bias. I don't believe that you understand enough about your demographic structure. I think if you really understood who the people are for tomorrow, which AFTI didn't do, the families of tomorrow are Maori families. And you've heard what the Maori people have said about their voice in the AFTI process. So we've got older people getting older, and we've got young, growing Maori families. And we need to have glasses on that help us see that and respect that. And so the way forward really is not to design things in this city by consultants from out of town. Oh no, it's to sit down and do co-design. And Te Papa is an exciting opportunity. Please prioritise your intensification energy. It's vital, absolutely vital, that we put our housing intensification into that piece of work. I want to conclude to say that we do need a profound transformation of the transport system, but we need to start planning now. We know that people don't use it. We know that people feel alienated, and they're asking for more bus shelters, but they're really saying, how are we going to manage all of this? How can we manage the system we've got? And why would we come into town when we want to go to the supermarket and we want to go to the doctors and we want to visit friends? So today's systems offer on demand, and it all reduces congestion when we have connected communities. I just want to say, please think about your people. I think we need to think about people before we think about roads, because then we'll answer the question about what are the roads for and where do they go. I want to continue to live in a livable city. I do my share to contribute. I don't necessarily get heard all of the time, but I make a few small wins. But I think we've got huge potential, and I think we've got wonderful, wonderful people who do contribute and do their share to make it a great place. I think we've got a marvellous future and that we can navigate our way through. And I look forward to your leadership and working with you to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Hey, we've got time for a question if there is one. Colleagues? No? Hey, congratulations on the Order of Merit as well, by the way. Well done. Yep, let's do a clap. Well done. Well done, Carol. And for your tireless work and passion, you know, for gerontology and also
thank you very much.
ageing in place. Well done.
you.
Thank you. Colleagues, our next two submitters are not present in the chamber. So if Mr. Lincoln Taylor is due to speak at 6:10, would you mind coming forward a little earlier?
I'd love to.
That's good.
Must I stand behind the
If we can have you on the microphone, it's for the public record because there's people watching on YouTube. Yeah, you can pick up the you can walk around with it if you like.
I can walk and carry.
You can walk and carry. Just make sure that purple button is pressed.
Really? Okay.
Or you can stand, or you can sit, whatever you like. But just so long as the microphone's on, we need it for the public record. We've got 10 minutes set aside, Mr. Lincoln, but we are running slightly ahead of schedule. So if you do need a little more time, then that's possible.
All right. I'm Lincoln Taylor. I've lived in Manawai Drive in Matua for 20 years. I'm a mechanical engineer. I run improvement projects in pulp mills and sawmills around New Zealand, Australia and elsewhere. Like most people, I don't treat the council operations with much interest, but the COVID lockdown and your intention to increase my rates by 19.2% meant that I both had the inclination and the time to look into your business. And study it I did. I have to say, is this for real? Is this really what is going on? It's unfair, it's bad, and it's strange behaviour by the council. But why the moaning, you wonder? Why don't I just harden up and pay? Well, in my case, I get very little for the cost. My interests mean that I seldom go into town. I get no benefit from the money spent there or from the other council schemes. Council have formally abandoned their walkways in my area, and they plan for the reserves in my area to be washed into the sea. Further, council have allowed the water supply to become insufficient, so that people don't have water for their gardens in the summer, which are often their main joy. If we were getting value for money, like sufficient water in maintained reserves, I wouldn't be here protesting. Yes, your proposal is unfair to me, despite the fact that you're legally and morally obliged to be fair to me. We purchased our property 20 years ago when it was cheap. Hurrah! But it makes us no wealthier, just means we have somewhere to live until we die, and then our children will be wealthier. So please do not confuse house valuations with ability to pay. So can I pay, you wonder? Well, I only work 70 hours a week. Yes, with those prices I can work 75 hours a week. But is that reasonable that you're expecting? So yes, you're being quite unfair to me. So how much do you want? What is the bill going to be? Well, in our case, with the reduced increase, you want 7,000 for a single house. Yes. Plus district rates, plus water, plus rubbish, plus GST, $10,000. Now, as I work and pay taxes, that means I have to earn $15,000 just to pay the rates and their associated costs and taxes. That's 6 months of COVID wages. Or to put it from another way, that's $10 an hour that I have to earn as a contractor just to pay the rates. So yes, it's a lot. Is it reasonable? Yes, somehow council believes that this is a reasonable thing to do, that they're entitled to this behaviour, and to describe it as price gouging and extortion fairly reflects the situation. Your proposal is astonishing and it is unfair to me. Don't worry, only another 5 minutes of this to go. So how did it get like this? Since 1984, when Rogernomics began, the private sector has increased its productivity year on year. Some that I work in are now 5 times more productive than they were then. In the same time, the bureaucratic sector has got less productive, and councils are part of that group. You know that's the case. Each year you put up the rates, each year you do much the same, each year you succeed in becoming that little bit less productive. Year on year you do that at the same time as the productive sector has increased. So, I can guarantee that enormous gains can be made on reducing council costs, on increasing services, on ramping up projects and improving the quality of work. I know you'll find that hard to believe. I know that that's not what you think is possible. You'll probably sit there and muse that this is ridiculous, and you'll be waiting for this 10 minutes to be over. And while you think like that, this is the elected group, while you think like this, it will never change. The councillors are the board. It is your job to put in place the right goalposts. It is your place to set the right goals and to get productivity up. Don't get distracted on all this other nonsense that is involved. This is the main event. It seems to me very strange that council's review of the budget was on project capital rather than on the larger operating budget. It's a strange situation to be concentrating on a smaller budget. It's as if operating costs are somehow fixed and unable to be discussed, reviewed or adjusted. Now this concept's entirely wrong. The projects must proceed. The services must be improved and increased. It's the council efficiency and productivity that must increase. Harder work for the CEO, I know, and it needs skill, but that is what is required. To behave like council is, it's very disrespectful to the people who are asked to pay so much, people like myself. Anyone can do less for more, yet that is where you'll set your own goalposts. It's embarrassing to point that out, I'm sorry, but that's what has been determined. Your questionnaire on the plan asked that if we thought rates were too high, what services or projects should be eliminated? Now, to me, that's a very strange question. Costs are always cut to make way for improvements. yet it hasn't even been considered. It's astonishing. So, it is the job, it takes hard work, it takes skill and diligence, and I'm sure you can do this. So you can either vote to be grossly unfair to me, or you can instruct your CEO, who is paid so well to do the job, to make improvements to efficiency. Now, without doubt, if the CEO had a substantial portion of his wages tied to the KPIs of increased output with a $50 million reduction in operating costs, improved services, improved quality and improved safety, then within days there would be improvements. I hope you have the courage to make that happen. Your rates proposal is unfair to me. It is price gouging by a monopoly. Operating costs are way too high. A new plan is needed with improved services and lower costs. Put your CEO to work, concentrate on the operating costs. They go on year after year. Thank you. Thanks for being the council. It's not a... having to sit through this day after day must be a thing to endure.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Are there any questions, colleagues? Councillor Baldock.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Taylor. I guess the question we need to ask you, since you've been so forthright in your evaluation of us, is as a resident with a property valued at $2.5 million, what would a reasonable rate, in your opinion, be per year for the services that you get and the valuation that has increased in your property in the last 3 years?
Yeah, I find it an overvaluation, but and I can't imagine anyone being able to afford to pay that for it. But the question is, what would be a reasonable rate? I think the reasonable rate is what it costs to run the city efficiently and well. Yet there's no let's put it in, let's consider this. If we consider Vancouver, which is a city I'm familiar with, then their rates are about, on average rate per person is about 10% less than ours, and they're a similar growing city in a seaside location. You think, oh yeah, that's okay, 10%, but 30% of their costs are running the police and the fire. So that makes you 40% dearer than Vancouver. Now, I work in the timber industry. We can beat Canadians on any measure you like. Our safety is better per million man hours. Our amount of timber we can make per man hour is better than theirs. The capital cost of installed plant is lower than theirs. We can beat Canadians, yet in council, you're 40% on average worse than Vancouver. How did you get like this? You've seen the graphs. You've got to get better each year, year on year.
Time's up, but I'd be happy to come around and have a cup of coffee with you and talk about this further.
No further questions, colleagues? Thank you for that, Mr. Taylor. So we'll be striking the rate close to the end of the month, around the 30th. We're scheduled to do that, so thank you. We'll take your submission into consideration. Colleagues, our next two speakers have not arrived. I was wondering, Richard, welcome back to the chamber. Would you be prepared to move forward from your 6:20 time? Fantastic, good to see you again. So yeah, we've got a little bit of time because of the other speakers not turning up, but ordinarily it's around 10 minutes. And if you press that purple button there, you'll be live, and maybe some questions afterwards. So over to you, Richard.
Thank you very much. My name's Richard Hart. I've been making submissions here for many years on regional parks in the Bay of Plenty. In fact, back from 1999. We set up, for the new councillors, many of you have heard this rant before, but back in 1999, Tauranga was already a fast-growing city, and there was worry from my corner and a number of people that we saved some really nice greenbelt, big areas for major parks for the future, and particularly, basically, public recreation, education and enjoyment, particularly where there was sort of conservation of natural values or cultural values. And we saw a big network. Now, it's evolved over the years. We had to have national legislation changed. That happened, so we were allowed to have parks. And we got the three councils, that's yourselves, Western Bay, and the Regional Council working jointly. And the first regional park, the Papamoa Hills, was purchased jointly and equally by the three councils. Since then, the region has bought both the Western Bay and Tauranga City out of that particular venture, but there were other regional park initiatives, including the Tech Park up in the hills, and Huharua, which is out at Plumbers Point. Over the last few years, I've been submitting on Te Tumu in the city. It's a significant place, in my view, for the long-term for the city, a destination without a doubt. And I'm worried, with all of these submissions, I'm kind of feeling a bit ignored. And I think the structure plan, I'm aware in the papers that it's in there that's wanting to be fast-tracked. You need places to build houses. I'm not anti-development. You can have a lot of development out there. I just think the structure plan needs a major review. I think it's been captured by the landowners and the process to a large extent. I'd like some fresh eyes on it. I've been pushing for a spatial plan for 5 years. I haven't seen one. What a spatial plan is rather than looking at the constraints and the assumptions, you know, we need to get 30,000 people or whatever in there. We've got to cover a $200 million motorway interchange. It's only paper at the moment. You can save yourselves a lot of money. You've only got a couple of 100 metre wide strip of development out at the end. At the moment, we're talking about developing almost on top of the water. You know, we're sure the big data says that, oh, we've got 340 hectares or something protected as reserve around this, but it's the wrong approach. Sometimes you need to look at holistically. So, two things today. I thought I normally do pretty pictures, plans, show you some spatial stuff. Today, I have put some of that in my submission, but today I thought, look at it differently. In 100 years' time, Te Tumu is going to be full of people, houses, it'll be fully developed. Have we got the right plan? And people, in my belief, will say, why on earth didn't the wise people of the time make a decent park at the end of Te Tumu, overlooking the river? And it's going to be on to some extent on the heads of the people here, because I think this is going through over the next few years. I would really like you to think about that, rather than me being in your way. Say, well, actually this is an aspiration, 100 years, fill it up with houses and then work back what would actually have been the best outcome. And I don't think you've got those people around the table. You can't. The community is not there yet. So it's kind of your job. And, you know, I feel a bit sorry if there's a number of councillors who have been through this process a lot, and they've probably bought in to a very good process. They normally are. Structure plans are sort of very ordered process. That doesn't mean it comes up with the right answer. So I don't want to spend any of your money other than I would like a workshop run, which is a spatial workshop by council staff, and I'd like you to include Tangata Whenua, iwi. I'd like you to include some of the conservation groups. I'd like you to include some of the Western Bay people who are going to look onto the city from that side. The fishermen that fish at the Kaituna Cut. and so on. I'll let you extend the list. People who walk, cycle, ride horses, recreate, kayak on the river, surf club people. We don't have a community out there. We're reliant on you guys to be that community until it's built. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Bullock, you're reaching for the microphone.
Hi, Richard. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Have you made, I hope the chairman might actually comment some here, because, you know, you came last year, we didn't ignore you, we didn't not take what you had on board, and there was a lot of work done on this. So maybe the chairman might chip in a little bit. But are you making this submission to the Regional Council? You know that without the Regional Council money, the Papamoa Hills would not really have got off the ground, and in the end they bought the whole lot. This is private land down there. It has to be purchased. There isn't a willing seller. But the question really is, have you been or are you going to, or I suppose it's already over now with the Regional Council, do you make your submission to them on this?
I regularly make submissions to the region as well. And while I call it a regional park, I've rather reframed it. I think last year, for example, I was calling it a premier or a destination park. And it's very much within the Tauranga City Rohe. It's very much under your spotlight for intense development. And I'm saying I think that side of things needs a review. In terms of money, I agree. Money is always a problem, and you've obviously got money problems. I think the community, you can push it back on me to some extent. I believe I could go out and raise $5 or $10 million towards buying land at the end if it was going to happen, but I don't need to fight council to do that. At the moment, I think I am, and I think that's a bit of a sad thing.
That would buy sort of a pocket park, not what we need or what you want envisaged down there. That's the problem. But I'll leave it with the chairman maybe to...
Yeah, could I just add one more comment on that? And, you know, I am aware, I'm not naive, I've got a commerce degree, that if you work back from the assumptions that we need X number of people, we've got to pay for all of this infrastructure, you can't do it with less people. So what I'm saying is the infrastructure and the assumptions have to change too. Maybe the interchange isn't there. Maybe the cost of the pipes is they're smaller pipes. So, you know, while the land cost is one thing, actually there's an enormous number of costs on top of the land. In my experience, the land actually ends up being the cheap part. Sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Hart. And of course, the other trade-off you could make is you have more intensive development on the remaining land to compensate for the wider area of green space. Now, I think you were right in your earlier comments. This could be the group of people that ends up approving, disproving, or amending a structure plan for Te Tumu, because 2022 is when the developers are quite keen to get in there. So it is timely to hear from you now, probably more than ever. And as we work through that process, it's something that we should be doing with our community. And I certainly take your points around collaborative workshopping of the structure plan. There's one potential spanner that could be chucked in the works, and that is the government could potentially call it in through their Urban Development Authority, and they could conduct the hearings themselves and have quite a prescriptive approach to growth and what goes down there. And that would be a process in which if it's anything like the special housing areas which were under the previous administration, it's something that the community would be more or less shut out of, which is, in my personal view, not the best way of doing things. But certainly if it's this group of people here that are doing the hearings and making the decisions on it, it's incredibly timely to hear from you tonight. So thank you. Any further questions, colleagues? No. Thank you, Mr. Hart. So we'll be making decisions on this annual plan towards the end of the month, but in terms of the wider picture, you could be actually speaking to the people who are the decision makers, so it is certainly worth your time now, more than ever. Yeah, thank you. Colleagues, our next submitter is due at 10 minutes to 7. That's 6:50 p.m. for the under 40s. Well, Keegan's here. G'day, Keegan. Hey, do you mind coming? Yeah, do you want to do it earlier? We can hear from you earlier if you like. That'd be brilliant. Thank you for your accommodation there. Colleagues, Mr. Miller's submission is on page 2048 of your agenda, 2048. Good question. Oh, well, yeah, give us both. So look, welcome, Keegan. This is your first time speaking in front of council? Yeah, it will be. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Look, as a guide, you've got 10 minutes and questions after that. But, oh, yeah, good, it's cold. Love it. I've seen some councillors doing that. It's over to you.
We're on. Okay, kia ora, my name is Keegan Miller. I am a 20-year-old resident in Papamoa, and I've lived in Tauranga since I was 3 years old. I've always had an interest in local government, and when COVID-19 hit, I did what any logical worker would do, and I became invested in local government. I'm here today to raise some concerns and hopefully put the nail in the coffin of a local ratepayer-funded enterprise, and briefly cover my thoughts on CCOs, or council-controlled organisations, known locally as commercially competitive organisations. I believe Tauranga City is at a pivotal point in its path of growth, and the councillors set before me today are going to be instrumental in the progression forward or responsible for the city's demise. Hopefully the first. This year's revised annual plan is generally quite good. A brief scan of what money is being spent and where cuts and deferrals have been made seems quite logical. However, there are still areas of concerns. My first perturbation is around the city centre streetscape upgrade on Elizabeth Street to the sum of roughly $12 million when you have a look at where all the money is being spent from different streams of revenue. Elizabeth Street, in my opinion, is only a thoroughfare. It is my understanding that the streetscape project is nearing its conclusion and that there are other streets that should be considered first. Streets that have more foot traffic and streets that do not need to be torn up for utilities to be put down first. A street that has businesses on it and can benefit from a makeover. Something more central such as Grey Street or Devonport Road should be considered. Alternatively, we can pay back some debts and can the project altogether. My next concern is around increasing Bay Venue's capital by $1.1 million. I'll revisit this concern in about 5 minutes, but as a precursor, we should not be giving Bay Venues any more money than we already do. They've proven they don't have the business nous to manage it currently. Thirdly, as a general observation, you, the council, are being charged far too much for basic little projects. However, I'm sure you know this, government contracts are a licence to steal, but I'm asking that you start seeking some competitive pricing. It is out there, and I am looking for some. I want to raise some thoughts I had about the cycle lanes proposed citywide. Firstly, cycle lanes do not save lives. A driver who crashes into a cyclist and kills them did not see that cyclist. Painting the road green and putting a lane there will not make that distracted driver not hit into that cyclist anymore. However, placing protective cycle lanes will save lives. A small island between the road and a cycle lane will result in safe cycle environments, so please take this into account before you spend $6 million. The main topic I came to offer my views on tonight is the cancellation of the contract between Tauranga City Council and Little Big Events for the contract at Our Place Tauranga. Since the demolition of the previous council site in 2017, $547,000 has been invested by this Tauranga City Council to support the construction and continuity of Our Place. As you're aware, there is also a peppercorn lease for the site of $1 per year. And for a venue that size, just as a bit of relation, in Tauranga we would be paying $190,000 per annum for an office building of that size. At this stage, Our Place Tauranga has received $1.117 million assistance from Tauranga City Council by way of a peppercorn lease and direct cash injection, and that's in just 3.5 years. If we include my educated estimate of lease revenue from vendors within Our Place, That would be roughly $260,000 a year. It equals a total of about $2 million over the last 3.5 years. They are commercially viable only with the support of council, and they still have their hand out for more money. What is the council going to do for other commercial tenants in the CBD? The ones who are struggling to make ends meet, the ones who can't afford to further their business because the lease is too high and their rates are potentially going up, for some of them possibly 31%. Why is it our place? Why was this deal struck with Little Big Events? When the agreement was struck between Little Big Events and Tauranga City Council, a press release stated the arrangement was for a peppercorn lease of 91 Willow Street site, for the 91 Willow Street site, in return for the delivery of a placemaking activation to bring more vibrancy and community connection to the city centre. Now, I would agree that our place has somewhat done that. However, they are still being assisted by the council for this, by the ratepayer for this. I also raised the concern that our place are being choosy about when they uphold that agreement. Do they only have to provide vibrancy and community connection to the city when they choose, or is it always? Now, the reason I ask this is because our place has been closed a total of 9 days of the last 40 days. Sundays and Mondays are the days that they're closing, and Sunday is a day that people have time to experience the city. And when they're experiencing the city, their ratepayer subsidised operation is closed. Now, I'm not quite sure how that is fair. How are they letting the ratepayer know that they're closed? They're posting on Facebook at 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning saying, "Close today, we'll see you Tuesday." In my opinion, it comes a bit across as if they've had a big Saturday night, woken up at 9:55 a.m. and thought to each other, not today. Now, I'm sure the councillors will make the right decision to end the agreement between Tauranga City Council and Our Place Tauranga. And at this stage, I think it's frankly deplorable that a commercially competitive venue is still being supported by the ratepayer while their competition suffers. Now I want to read you some clauses from the Governance and Accountability Council Controlled Organisations report from the Auditor General, in which Tauranga City Council features heavily due to the scrutiny of how Tauranga City Council chooses to run its affairs with Bay Venues Limited. Clause 4.43, local authorities generally try to promote economic development in their districts by encouraging businesses to set up there. However, there is an argument that CCOs operating in direct competition with private businesses may inhibit competition and deter business growth. That is 100% happening in Tauranga City. 4.44, the very next clause, says the Act has some restrictions to ensure competitive neutrality for CCOs. These provisions restrict the local authority's ability to lend money on favourable terms to CCOs or to give any guarantee, indemnity or security for a CCO's performance of its obligations. Now, in Tauranga alone, Club Fit, Bay Catering and Bay Audio Visual are all subsidiaries of Bay Venues Limited, the largest CCO for Tauranga City Council. And they rely on ratepayer money for business continuity. Now, Club Fit offers membership packages at heavily subsidised rates for ratepayers and unmatchable rates for competition. Bay Catering actively seeks work outside of Bay Venue sites, and Bay Audiovisual is able to buy more equipment and charge less than any other production service competitive competition in business in Tauranga. These companies and their actions blatantly disregard the purpose of Bay Venues and the spirit in which Bay Venues was set up. However, Tauranga City Council wants to pump another $1.1 million this year into their capital expenditure budget. I strongly implore you to revise this decision and review the purpose of companies within Bay Venues Limited. You are failing your commercial ratepayers and allowing this nonsense to continue with Bay Venues. Finally, I want to touch on an issue that is dear to the hearts of all residents that go into Tauranga City. Get rid of the damn hanging flower baskets. They're horrible, they belong in the 1930s, and I'm somewhat offended that it was the second or third question in the annual plan feedback form. I look forward to seeing the city grow and remain an amazing place to live. I'm hoping our councillors can ditch the partisan approach to local governments that a lot of citizens are seeing at the moment, because frankly you're doing a horrible job at hiding it. I might also add the central government has said you can go to a 300% debt to revenue ceiling. You do not have to. So thank you for listening. If you've got any questions, fire them through.
Thank you, Keegan.
I'm serious about those baskets.
Questions? I've got Councillor Arbery, then Councillor Clout.
I'm really curious as to what's piqued your interest in local politics.
I've always been interested. I've never had time, but I'm also, I suppose, of an age where my opinion matters in central government. Should matter, I think, also in local government.
Councillor Clout.
Yeah, thanks very much, Keegan.
No worries.
You're very passionate about the BVL companies competing with the private sector. Do you have any association with any?
Absolutely, yeah. So
there must be some reason for your passion. Can you
there
explain?
is. I have worked as a contractor for Bay Audio Visual, and I raise my complaints with some reluctance. The employees at Bay Audio Visual are fantastic people, really kind. However, I also work for Public Sound Company based in Tauranga. I work for Graceful Lighting based in Tauranga, Audio Solutions, and I contract myself. There are multiple businesses who in fact have been around for up to 25 years in Tauranga, and they are losing out to Bay Audio Visual, and I just don't think it's fair anymore. So Bay Venues was created to look after the venues in Tauranga. Now, Bay Audio Visual did Food and Wine Festival in Wharepai Domain. They do a lot out at Historic Village. They do a lot in Katikati as well. These are not Bay Venues. So I don't mind actually if Bay Audio Visual operates the production services within Trustpower Bay Park. I do mind when they take business away from small companies in Tauranga. I have a real issue with that. I know Tauranga City Council has heard it about Club Fit before, and the response to that I thought was a bit of a cop-out, I must admit, but it definitely shut the gyms up. You know, they stopped asking about it. So you know, your reply worked, but I don't agree with it. So yeah. So that's where my passion about Bay Venues comes from. No worries.
Any additional questions, colleagues? No, thank you, Mr. Miller.
No worries.
Councillor Kitty and I had a meeting with Tauranga City Council staff yesterday on some of the items you raised.
Yep.
In terms of the other items, we'll be making some decisions next week and making final decisions by the end of the month. But thank you for taking the time to come and see us this evening. Thank you. Colleagues, our next submitter, we have two submissions left. Our next submitters are scheduled for 7:10 and 7:20 p.m. Our staff are attempting to make contact with them as soon as possible to see if we can move them forward. Looks like one of them we will be able to move forward, hopefully the later one. So we will adjourn the meeting now, and please stay within the precinct. Otherwise, we will reconvene at 7:10. the council meeting. And Gordy, hey, thank you for coming in early. Everybody's able to get home to their families because of what you did, so well done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Gordon Lockhart's submission is on page 1579 of your agenda, folks. So Gordy, we've got 10 minutes allocated to you, but our next submitter, yeah, come and sit there if you like. Our next submitter is going to be here around 7 o'clock, 7:10. So if you need some extra time, just look, by all means, take it. And there may be some questions from my colleagues after your submission.
Perfect.
Over to you.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks. Good evening, folks. A special thanks to the councillors and the Mayor and Deputy Mayor for allowing me to speak to you this evening. I understand I'm certainly the last, if not one of the last, of the speakers in this public submissions relating to the amended annual plan, so hopefully I've still got your attention. My name is Gordy Lockhart, and while I realise it may not be immediately obvious, I'm not of these shores. I moved to New Zealand from Bonnie, Scotland in 2007 after marrying my Kiwi partner Leon in 2006. Given Leon's folks live in Stratford, we originally settled in Taranaki, and for the first few years of our new life, we loved the country idyll, the quiet life of the lifestyle block. In 2012, however, keen to find somewhere that echoed something of a faster pace, but that wasn't a major metropolis, we found Tauranga. After moving cross-country, we found the place we've now called home for the last 8 years. A place of cafes, of great views, of amazing weather, and certainly very welcoming people. I love Tauranga, and I've grown very fond of the city's history, of all that it is, and of all that it can be. Now I have a confession to make, and perhaps also some feedback for Tauranga City Council in its submission process. The confession: I did not save nor print the comments I made in my submission prior to clicking the box asking to speak to the contents of such this evening. The feedback: it may have been helpful if, in the email I received confirming receipt of my submission, had also included details of it. Perhaps it did, and the fault is mine. Regardless, the result is now that I speak to you in fairly generic terms. Fortunately, those of you who know me will understand I strongly follow a mantra that suggests the only thing better than bullshit is good bullshit. But seriously, I'd like to attest this evening by firstly pointing out I opted to click the box citing my disapproval of the proposed 4.7% rate increase. However, only as I had supported the originally proposed 7.6% increase. This is the basis of my submission to you today, and while the larger figure is no longer the recommendation of Council, the premise under which it was tabled is that I wish to explore. Gandhi said, "Measures must always in a progressive society be held superior to men, who are after all imperfect instruments working for their own fulfillment." Gandhi understood that society, a productive society, is not about individuals, rather collective action and the idea that we all have a part to play in our own progressive society. In the Tauranga context, since 2012, our population has expanded by 25%. According to Mr. Google, 30,000 more souls call Tauranga home than did 8 years ago. Yet has our infrastructure, our society, expanded by the same margin? Have we been progressive? Have we understood that our world of transport, of parks, water, sewerage, and all the rest that comes with society's infrastructure so too requires to expand? Or have we held back on addressing required infrastructure? Have we held back on progress, fearing those who might vote in opposition to such progression? Have we, in fact, held those who work for their own fulfillment superior to progressive society? I worry desperately that the Tauranga I moved to in 2012 no longer exists. Our now horrendous traffic congestion, services along with the traffic grinding to a halt, is evidence that our city cannot cope with our expanding population. I love Tauranga, but Tauranga needs to change. The word progressive is defined as happening or developing gradually or in stages. Can I argue, folks, that right now Tauranga is not progressing at all, rather at best we're marking time. I see an exciting future for our city. I see a city that retains its small town feel, yet one that has the facilities to rival a major centre. Tauranga can do great things. We simply need the courage, the selflessness to grab the opportunity and make a city we can all be proud of. A museum, a memorial park to CBD walkway reflecting the benefits seen with the New Plymouth Coastal Walkway. A traffic system that prioritises buses and cycling rather than the single occupancy car. A community campaign that emphasises the need to think about others before self and the idea that together we can achieve more. Often I'm reminded of a quote from the former chair of Venture Taranaki, that region's tourism authority. Meaning improvement was required, he said. Taranaki is a seeing place, not a doing place. Right now, Tauranga has great weather and a beach. Unfortunately, neither is unique to Tauranga, and the result is that for both us and the tourists, Tauranga is neither a seeing place nor a doing place. We need to find our jam, and not for tourists, for us. I understand, of course, that there are folks struggling right now, not least because of COVID-19. Perhaps, however, rate rebates would be the best method in allowing our city to move forward, whilst also caring for those doing it tough. Whichever route Council decides to follow, I hope it's one with progressive aims and the true spirit of a better society. I hope councillors move forward apace on the understanding that democracy means not every day can be your day, and that there is no future in division and unpleasantness. Beyond anything, I hope Council makes decisions not pandering to a dying demographic, but rather on the sound democratic principles of for the many, not the few, and of the good health of a new tomorrow for our city. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, Gordy, I think I heard Jeremy Corbyn say that once.
Never.
Whoa, sorry. Hey, any questions, colleagues, of Gordy? No, that was concise and very on point. So thank you very much, Gordy, for your
Thank you very
submission.
much.
And thank you for coming in early.
Brilliant. No,
We'll be
everybody get home
making
for their tea.
decisions next week.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, team. Cheers.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. Oh, sorry, John. Usually after I've said no more questions, John puts his hand up. Sorry, Councillor Robson puts his hand up. It's a common complaint, but I live with it. Councillor Robson.
Respect from the chair is overwhelming. I appreciate it enormously. Gordy, look, thank you. The question I suppose I pose to people who bandy the word progressive about and who love using words like courage, and I noticed the absence of the word boldness. I expected that they normally go together, is where do we get the funding from? And I know we've been admonished recently by one submitter about comparing ourselves to other cities. But I just want to put a scenario to you that currently, if we do compare ourselves to other cities, we are $50 million short in our prospective revenue next year to the nearest couple of million, because we don't charge the commercial entities in this city the way other cities charge commercial entities. By 2030, we will be $1 billion literally in the hole because of the support we've given the commercial sector and developers. Do you have a view on rebalancing our finances? Where do you think the revenue should come from to provide the things that we want to provide? Because it does require not just courage, but also cash. Where does it come from?
It's an interesting question, John, Councillor Robson. I think the reality is that you used a couple of words at the start there. I think bandied was one of them, and traditionally that word can be used in a disparaging sense attached to commentary that's made. The other one you made, I guess, was around the idea of how do we balance the books. I think, respectfully, that's not my job. You know, I'm here to offer the progressive, or at least the positive view of the electorate, and say, look, hey, this is my thoughts on a new Tauranga. How to pay for it? That's your job. I think ultimately, you know, we're here to lead to a better tomorrow. I don't think any of you guys would be sitting here if you didn't view a better tomorrow for your city. There'll be different views of what that is, of course. But I think we all have a view that says, hey, look, we need to move together to something. My view is that's a positive one, and obviously that's my subjective view. That's a positive, progressive thing. Certainly having moved to Tauranga from overseas, you know, I can't help, as you did yourself, compare Tauranga to other cities. And I think I should preface my next point by saying that I do love this town. This place is fantastic. You know, I count many people in this room my friends, and they are wonderful, great people. This city has some amazing people to call its residents. We are lagging behind, in my view. in relation to what we can do as a community together. There is a tendency, and I get it, there is a tendency to look to the past as being the wonderful place that some of us remember it as. However, that does us no future. That does us no benefit. We need to move forward. How to pay for that? You know, I'm sure, John, you and I could sit here and talk economics rather all night, but that's not what this is about. Of course, there are ways to do it. There are budgets to be balanced, and there are ways of looking at it. Ultimately, this city is not short of cash, and I don't mean the council. How we get that money is an interesting question, and as I say, I'm not the expert in that one, and certainly in terms of the council finances, that would be your mantra, your remit. But I think it is a positive thing. I think we need to look to the future in a positive way. Everything I do in my role has got at the collective, I should point out for anybody who doesn't know, is about that idea that we work together for the betterment of society. I think anything other than that simply takes us backwards. You know, we need to be together. We need to be unified in an approach forward. And if we can get that, if we can get a mandate between us all that says, look, this is the plan, this is how we're going to achieve it, and this is a beautiful future for Tauranga, then we'll be doing very well.
I've got another question, Gordy, from Councillor Baldock, and you may preface your question with an explanation if you want, given we have some time.
I'm sorry, Gordy, to keep you from your tea, but I usually start a question with a question, so I don't need the preface, really. I'll refer, though, to your comments in your submission about our place. Are you aware there's a petition now that's gathering something over 6,000 signatures wanting us to keep it? I know you make comments about a permanent place and so on, but it seems like it's providing something for a reasonable number of people.
Yeah, again, I mean, I'm not in au fait with the specifics of the budgets or, in fact, the operational procedures at our place. I think my impression, based on having used our place regularly, was that its management was questionable. Having been a management consultant for many years, I looked at the particular environment and saw something that was really quite struggling in terms of its operational processes, how it looked, how it felt, and presumably as a result, how it brought in some money. So I think my view wasn't that it should be closed. In fact, the opposite. If in fact it could be saved and done so in a way that benefits the CBD of Tauranga, then it should be absolutely kept and move forward. But there were problems, in my view, with its operating, and certainly with the action that would resolve that, it would be a positive, aspect of the CBD.
No further questions, colleagues. Thank you, Gordy. You may stand down.
Thank you.
Colleagues, our last submitter for this evening, our Rawiri McKinney from Riffraff Promotions, is on his way and scheduled to be here at 7:10, maybe a little earlier. So be around here somewhere and we'll reconvene when he arrives. Welcome, Rawiri. Thank you for being our last submitter this evening. 10 minutes. If you finish a little bit earlier, then there may be some opportunity for some questions from my colleagues. Brilliant. If you could press the purple button in front of you. Thank you. And over to you.
Kia ora tātou. Ka tangi te titi, ka tangi te kāka, ka tangi hoki hauti, hei wā Māori oro, ko te mihi tuatahi, me mihi te atu ana nana mea katoa i hanga. Ko te mihi tuarua, te pāpa e ora nei te whare tūnei, tēnei kaurua. Kia ora, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. So, yeah, I'll sort of try and read this and the things, but I mean, mainly, I'm pretty excited about this and the opportunity to have the kōrero with you. So I'll just run through my page. Right, street cred. This is quite a flash, isn't it? Who am I? I've been a music teacher for years, education. I've also worked for the Ministry of Education, where I was project manager lead for some massive projects over about a 4-year period. I also worked as a project manager in Ministry of Health for Mātuaraki for National Addictions. Came back to Tauranga, where I was a partner in Monarch Media, which owns the station 105.4, Vinyl Destination, which has now gone back down to the village, and also Juice TV and a number of other media platforms. Also been in my own bands. That's me up there singing with Nathan King. I don't know if you know who Nathan King is, but yeah, so street credits, I've done a lot with music, a lot with arts over the years, and excited to have the opportunity to present today about things. Okay, our mates. I'm from a company of Riff Raff Live, Riff Raff Promotions, and our kaupapa has been to support young musicians, young rangatahi. Smoke Free does a lot. I wanted to take it that step further, and that's why I left Monarch Media, because we were working with a lot of young bands. I've worked with a lot of young bands in Tauranga probably for the last 4 years, and I wanted to do a lot more for them. So that was my dream, to put all my money into that. And I've set up a web page where the young bands can have their own band pages and running gigs and things. Of course, the virus put paid to a few different things, but we actually had a gig last Saturday, on the worst day in Tauranga history probably, and we were supposed to be at our place. We tried, and at 10 o'clock I had to turn, and we had to say no, because I didn't want to electrocute the children or the students. We had bands coming in from all across the country, from Whanganui, from Wellington, Auckland, Gisborne, and large amount from Tauranga. The talent is immense out there. Those are my mates. Those are people I work with. Those are people I've talked with around the possibility of utilisation of the space across the road, or back there, our place. Yeah, I've had conversations with a number of those people, groups, and them setting up offices or actually helping out and working in that space, so it's pretty exciting up there. I've given you some blurbs, so a lot of the stuff I'll try not to repeat myself. Around our place, yes, we will continue to have awesome food. In fact, I think we need to offer more, a larger variety. Yes, we will be licensed. Our own Riff Raff Live Bar, Good George Breweries. Yes, we will still be open for lunch. We'll actually be open longer hours and all weekend. Yes, we will continue to have retail outlets, but only as pop-ups during events and occasions. And yes, we will still be a cool place to hang out with wall-to-wall entertainment. We are a destination, and we are Downtown Live. The thing I'd like to do is to rebrand it, turn it into a venue for musicians, for artists, for jugglers, for buskers, for kabahaka groups, for you name it. I'll flash some pictures up, get some ideas on what's got there. A real community place where we have a place for our young bands, our old bands, gig nights, theme nights, looking at getting in. The one in the middle was our open mic nights, which we ran, and different events there, but also not just with the music. As you know, I've got a great support with the community. I know a lot of people in the music community in Tauranga and also in New Zealand, but also kabahaka groups, dance groups. I don't know what those guys up the top is. That was our Irish band. We played there on St. Paddy's night just before breakdown. fashion parades, choirs, you name it. Our aim is to have an event coordinator, a community liaison person to get out there in the community to make sure we have got events all the time there, whether it's a guitarist playing at lunchtime, a school concert on a Wednesday night, a jazz band or a trumpet band or a pipe band on a Sunday afternoon, or Dave Dobbin on a Saturday night. I've got great contacts with all the promoters, particularly Plus One equals Metropolis touring, to get good bands there and good headliners to that venue on Fridays and Saturday nights. Also the ability to obviously lease the facilities out to different groups when they come. There's the big thing, the council support. At the moment, that is, it needs to be an all-weather stage. It needs to be an all-weather, if it's to continue, it needs to be an all-weather venue where we don't have what happened the other day when we couldn't actually do a thing. The water was just seeping in, we had the automatic hoovers out and we couldn't get rid of it. The stage is not covered. In fact, I was borderline dangerous that stage, as it is, but I know that I've talked with Baytex, and they have put in orders for covers over the stage, and also the marquee walls to be dropped down so you can have a full venue in there, so it can be an all-weather venue. Other things down there would be to put in a Triac. I've been talking with Triac. Triac have been really awesome. If you don't know who Triac is, they provide a lot of the sound systems and things around Tauranga. To put in a fully fledged sound system and lighting in there, so it's an all-venue place that we can utilise. It can be utilised not only just for venues on Fridays and Saturday nights, can be rented, but also school concerts can go in there, any number of things can go in there, and you've got a quality setup. You've got Bay Court up on the hill, which is a definite demographic, and I see that our place, or no, I don't call it our place, Downtown Live as a venue for a lot of our young people and under 25s and even over 25s to come and have a place to go. The income, so I know you worry about that, and I've done a lot of things. A lot of these things are tentative, a lot of them because there are a lot of variables around it. Sorry, am I speaking too close to this? Container rental at the moment, I think there's only 4 foodies there for $400 a week, they were telling me. I've talked with all the foodies, they're all very keen on continuing to be there. Rental of the marquees, I've put 0.5 up there because that means at least either a rental or a gig every week to make yourself come clean. And down the bottom's our gross income. Again, like a lot of variables around that, but I don't envisage, in fact, I know we won't, because the sort of person I am is a doer with my history, and we will make this absolutely blow out of this world. I'm pretty excited about the opportunity to have something to do, have a lot to do with this. I moved in there supposedly to do a lot of this stuff, ran into a lot of brick walls. But of course, the biggest brick wall of them all was the virus. But as we're coming out of it, I think it's an opportunity. There's a lot of the outgoings, again, very tentative, and we look at the totals down the bottom. I think I've put them in the spreadsheet in front of you, so you'll have them. It's a real spreadsheet, so when things change, they change on the spreadsheet, but not on your bit of paper, obviously. I'm not that clever. Okay, enough said. Boom. We ran this last Saturday. We had to move across the road. It's only 2 minutes, so don't stress. This shows what we can do.
Sweet everybody, welcome back. The first band we have tonight is Birdhouse. This is a band from Otago College, and I'll let them introduce themselves, and we are rocking.
Oh, very good. That's coming from Whanganui. I put this together in 2 weeks and then had to move the venue on the day. We could do so much with our talent across there. And these guys drove all the way from Whanganui just to do it. In the torrential rain and broke down to us. Watch the lead guitarist. Those boys were there at 8 o'clock in the morning helping me move stuff across the road that young man. You know, he's from Boys High. But they are good people. She's from the Mount. And these guys felt like oldies, but they're only 22. We raised about $500 in donations, which most of the bands have said, because I said, can we buy a guitar and an amp and give it to one of the local primary schools, probably one of the SL1 schools, and pretty much all the bands said, yeah, do that. So we had a real variety. These kids just love performing. These guys were really good. At times we had over 100 people there. We had 150 people there at times in the pouring rain. It was pretty amazing. I've only just done the band, so yeah. Good drummer singer. Amazing. This is good. We had to cut a lot of the bands short times because we just had so many bands to play. The girls from Mount Maunga. These guys came all the way from Wellington. They're actually really awesome. The song choice was a bit, my videographer was a bit. And the last band. Punk beat. Guys got And I've got cerebral palsy, but it didn't stop him. These guys could have played all night. And that's what we did last Saturday. So yes, I'm really excited to have the opportunity to present. I'll have a load of notes, but I think if you read the general kaupapa that I've written down, it provides a lot more information on who I am and what I'm doing. I am a do person. I do things, I get things done. I'm driven. I think the main thing for me is Tauranga needs something here just to really liven up the place down here. The rebranding Downtown Live is, I think, is a good idea to rebrand it totally. As a venue where you go and you see live things, whether it's at lunchtime, at night, or whatever. It's just an exciting opportunity down here. It's certainly not competition for downtown, for everybody else. It's complementary. I mean, what we can do down there will complement the businesses around town. If we've got gigs running, people, the spillover will go to the restaurants, the spillover will go to the bars and things like that, starts to open. We're moving away from the retail side apart from pop-up stores, and also a lot of the, the organisations like Bay of Plenty Film and Tānia Horo's drama and the music, Adam McLean's music things, they're quite keen on having little offices down there as well. So we've got a real music hub, art hub starting to come down there. But it's a destination. I mean, there's food there, sure, and it's nice food. We want lots of food. It's licensed, but it's a destination for cool stuff. And that's really what we want, Downtown Live. So, yes, thank you. You can ask me any question you like.
Tēnā koe, Rawiri. Councillor Arbery has a question, and then Councillor Clout, then Councillor Bullock.
So we've had other proposals for the Our Place site as well. One was a Remaker hub in terms of running some workshops and things. If we didn't accept your proposal for that specific site, would you still be in favour of keeping Our Place, or would you be in favour of?
In its present, no. I think it needs to be an all-weather venue. It needs to be able to be utilised when it rains. The stage needs to be safe. You've got electricals in there, and I don't know. I would have been wary of using it even now because that stage is not covered by the rain when it rains, and they've had bands on there in the rain. So, under its present thing, no. I think it needs to be revamped in an all-weather thing, and I also think it needs to be a place that's got a reason to go there. And like I said with Downtown Live, it's a reason to go because you're going to see something cool. But yeah, unless they fix the venue and the stage area, I think it, you might have an accident.
Councillor Clout.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Rawiri. It looks like you're only wanting to take over about 4 of the containers, but there's about 20, I understand. What's going to happen with the rest of them?
No, it doesn't. I want to get 10 foodies in there for a start. So if you look at my spreadsheet, it's got 4 foodies because I think that's all that's left. I want 10. You could have an Indian restaurant, an Indian one in there. You could have Turkish. You get everything you like. I want pop-up stores around there when there are events and gigs on. So that's an opportunity for pop-up stores. I don't think it's a place for high retail. I've got a shop over there at the moment, so I'm actually in there. And there's little point in me being open because people don't go there to shop. And also, if you go somewhere and it's closed or there's only one shop open, you don't go back. And, you want a place to go when it's open. We're open at 10. Everything's open at 10. All the food places are open at 10. The pop-up stores will be excellent. If we've got gigs running, we can have pop-up stores. If we've got events running down there, like sustainability events, you can have pop-up stores through there. But to actually call it a retail venue, I don't think it's going to work. And, and also we're talking offices as well. So, we've got a number of art-orientated mates, as I put them up there, that might be keen to have an office down there as well. And then they've got the use of the stage and the venue as well. I did put in my thing maybe remove a couple of the containers because I think there's probably too many. But yeah, I've got the plans there. A lot of the stuff's written in what I've got in front of you, but at the moment with only 4 food venues, I'd like to have 10. You've got a gig, you've got 300 people down there watching Dave Dobbin or Shay Fu or whoever, and I honestly believe me, I can get them there. And then also the opportunity then is I can be running 3 college bands before them, and then one day they're going to headline, and then more the college bands will be headlining for them. I mean, there's serious music talent in Tauranga and in Bay of Plenty and in New Zealand, and they're just crying out for a place to play and do. And it's not just saying that it's focused all on our rangatahi, because under 25s is what Generation Z is, but it is a very cool venue in downtown Tauranga for live music and live arts. So yeah, sorry, I went on a bit too much, but.
Final question, Councillor Baldock.
Thanks, Rawiri. I might be missing the spreadsheet. I can't in here, but if we're talking about the back page, okay. So you're talking about taking over the whole area. Council putting in 55 grand.
Up for negotiation.
But I don't see the cost of all the containers in there, the rental cost.
I actually don't know what the rental cost of the containers are. Like I said, there are variables I don't know.
Okay.
I only recently told Rochelle and Chris that I was going for it. I thought they knew because I'd asked all the foodies, and all the foodies would go, yeah, we want that. We really want that. We're going to get some revenue through if you start doing that. And I just thought word would have filtered back to them, and it didn't. So I sent them an email telling them, I'm an upfront sort of person. I said, look, I am doing this. I will not badmouth you in any way when I come to the talk about this. Respect everything you've done, but I'm just letting you know that I am doing this. So I didn't actually ask them how much do the containers cost. So you can tell me now, and I can put it in my spreadsheet. But yeah,
with the guy behind help
Graham.
you afterwards.
Yeah,
Doug there knows all the numbers and stuff. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I just don't know how the community's going to go with. We've already had conversations about subsidising what's there now.
I will be self-sufficient in 6 months. And also, like I said, up for negotiation. I think asking for the council to fix the stage, to fix the actual sides of it so it's in all weather, it's not unrealistic, especially when all the community is going to be using it. And believe me, I'm an altruistic person. I've spent my life working in education and IHC and different things, and I'm out there. I'm out there for our community. I love Tauranga. I love our young people, and that's who I am, and I will make this work. But yeah, no, I didn't know the price, so yeah. But I'm very, very well planned. I've project managed $12 million projects for the Ministry of Education. I'm very organised, and I want to be self-sufficient in 6 months, maybe 3. So I'm not asking for loads and loads of money, and like I said, that's up for negotiation. I'm always prepared to talk.
Thank you, Rawiri. We'll be making some decisions on the site next door at the end of next week. So I want to say thank you to our submitters, thank you to my colleagues, and big shout out to our staff for joining us this evening, especially the Democracy staff. Thank you very much. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:20 a.m.